provided this £12.2 billion that has supported 779,500 jobs, that has provided 78% of the tests that have been done in Scotland have been then processed in the rest of the United Kingdom, has supported over 157,000 people on the self-employed scheme. The strength of the United Kingdom is quite extraordinary. Scotland benefits from that, and that is why it is able to afford to do the other things that the honourable gentleman has mentioned.
Now we go to Dr. Matthew Offord.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Making a success of Brexit, rebuilding after the pandemic, and changes to patterns of working, such as working from home, will all require a comprehensive and efficient broadband infrastructure. My constituents in Edgware and Mill Hill have already found to their detriment that the current provision is not adequate, so I dread to think what it's like in other parts of the country. Can we have a minister attend the dispatch box and outline what the government is doing to make reliable, efficient broadband connectivity a reality? Red tape and regulation must not be excuses to hinder our progress in this field, where we currently rank 47th in the World Speed League.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I understand from DCMS that his constituency does have pretty good coverage, with over 66% of Hendon having access to gigabit-capable broadband compared to the UK average of under 40%. Nevertheless, the government is aware that we need to upgrade more of the broadband network to gigabit-capable speeds as soon as possible. We are targeting a minimum 85% gigabit-capable coverage by 2025, but are ambitious to get close to 100% as soon as possible and spending taxpayers' money of £5 billion in subsidising the rollout in the harder-to-reach 20% of the United Kingdom. The first areas to benefit from the £5 billion Project Gigabit programme were announced on Friday. The Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport is working with suppliers to ensure that there is maximum transparency around their plans, but I will of course pass on my honourable friend's concerns to the Secretary of State.
Thank you. Now we go to Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Community energy projects are an excellent way to bring people in behind our ambition to get to net zero by 2050. Yet, there are still significant regulatory barriers to making community energy more widespread. The local electricity bill by the Honourable Member for Waveney received 258 signatures from cross-party MPs, and the adjournment debate on the same topic last autumn attracted a record number of MPs making interventions in support of the bill. Clearly, we need more time to debate this issue. Can we therefore have a debate in government time on the vital importance to establish a statutory right to local energy supply?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I thank the Honourable Lady for the point that she's made. I'm delighted that the Lib Dems are now becoming a party of deregulation, and I must confess that, speaking from the Treasury bench, deregulation is something that warms the cockles of my heart. The bills we got through, we managed to see 7 private members' bills go through to the House of Lords. Inevitably, not every bill got through, but the Honourable Lady is right to raise this deregulatory ambition of hers and of others in the House. There will obviously be private members' bills in the next session, which, as I announced earlier, will start on the 11th of May.
Celine Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like the Honourable Member for Ipswich, our excellent Devon and Cornwall Police and Crime Commissioner Alison Hernandez is concerned about the growing issue of pet theft. In Devon and Cornwall, there are on average 80 dog thefts a year, a quarter of which are linked to organised crime, and no one has received the maximum sentence of only 7 years. Would my right honourable friend allocate government time to debate how to tackle the issue of pet theft and ensure the punishment reflects the crime, as the loss of a loved pet, a member of the family, is far more than mere theft?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said to my honourable friend, the member for Ipswich, this is a terrible crime, and the government is taking measures to help us tackle it better, with over 6,600 additional police officers. May I join my honourable friend in thanking Alison Hernandez for the terrific work she does as the Police and Crime Commissioner and for highlighting this important issue. It is worth adding to my earlier remarks that if someone causes an animal to suffer in the course of stealing it from its owner, then they are liable to prosecution under the Animal Welfare Act 2006. And the Animal Welfare Sentencing Bill is currently in the House of Lords, which if passed will increase the maximum penalty for this to 5 years, which would be the highest penalty for animal cruelty in Europe. So there's the risk of 7 years in prison for pet theft. There's 5 years risk in prison for cruelty to animals. I think the penalties are there, or are going to be there, if the House of Lords obliges. It is really the question of enforcement and catching the wrongdoers, and that's where the extra 6,600 police will help.
Now we go to John Cryer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The leader will be aware, as we all are, of a number of hospital rebuilds that are in the pipeline, one of which is in my constituency at Whips Cross Hospital, and these rebuilds are welcome across all sides of the House. However, there are concerns, again, across all sides of the House, that a number of the rebuilds, a number of the projects imply reductions in bed numbers. Now, particularly after the post-pandemic, this seems to me to be very misguided, and to many other members as well. Even before the pandemic, it would have seemed misguided. Is there any possibility that we could have a statement from the Health Secretary when Parliament returns on bed numbers and hospital rebuilds?
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I first of all thank the Honourable Gentleman that he is pleased by the hospital rebuilds programme. He raises a very serious and important point. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, will be at the dispatch box shortly, and it is a question that could be raised with him then by way of an intervention. But I will pass on his point to my right honourable friend after this session and try and get him an answer onto what the actual policy is and what has been learned from the pandemic.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
I refer to my entry in the Register of Interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is rightly working on a scheme to protect blameless leaseholders from financial ruin in the cladding scandal. Yet, as my honourable friend for Southampton Itchen and others movingly explained on Monday, even now, lessees are being handed bills well in excess of £70,000 for hugely expensive waking watch arrangements and other costs which they cannot possibly afford. May we urgently have a government statement on how to prevent such innocent people being forced to forfeit their leases, sacrifice their homes, and declare themselves bankrupt before the new scheme has been fully activated.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has always been clear that leaseholders should not have to have undue worry about the costs of remediating historic defects that they didn't cause. Waiting watch arrangements have been in place for far too long, and leaseholders are being left to pick up sometimes very high bills. That is why the government is providing £30 million for a Waking Watch fund to install fire alarms and other interim measures, providing an alternative to the expensive Waking Watch systems. I will take this up on my right honourable friend's behalf with the Secretary of State, but there are MHCLG questions on the 19th of April, and I would point to the measures that the government has introduced, which my right honourable friend referred to, that will be of considerable assistance to leaseholders and get the right balance between leaseholders, the taxpayer and freeholders.
Thank you. Now we go to Chris Elmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know the leader will agree when I say that throughout the pandemic, our posties have been working harder than ever, and I pay tribute to them as frontline dedicated individuals. Two communities in my Ogmore constituency, Llanharan and Brynner, have gone in some periods more than 4 weeks without the delivery of mail during the pandemic, and therefore Royal Mail is not meeting their universal service obligation. I wonder if the leader could find time for a minister to issue a written statement, or indeed come to the floor of the House after the Easter recess to explain what work they're doing to work with Royal Mail HQ to ensure that our hardworking postmen and women are supported on the ground, but also ensuring that the Royal Mail are meeting this obligation, because I have too many constituents missing, for example, Madam Deputy Speaker, letters of confirmation of their vaccine, which I'm sure the leader would agree really isn't acceptable.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm in considerable degree of agreement with the honourable gentleman. 4 weeks without mail is going to be a real problem for people, and the Royal Mail has a universal service obligation. And I absolutely understand that the pandemic has made things difficult for some businesses, and staffing arrangements and rotas and so on have been problematic. But you would have thought that within 4 weeks, alternative arrangements could have been made, that a well-run business ought surely to be able to organise its staffing in such a way that nobody has to wait that long. I will, of course, pass on his points to the relevant department.
Sarah Dine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm extremely concerned about the well-being of our children and young people due to their isolation from their friends, their peers during the pandemic. May we have time, please, for a debate on the importance of voluntary organisations such as the Scouts, such as the 1st Hathersage Scouts, the 1st Matlock Boys Brigade, the 2nd Matlock Brownies, the 1st Durbridge Scout Group and Girl Guiding Groups in places like Bakewell and Carver, as they provide vital support and socialising opportunities for our young people and children. They must be supported and protected now.
President.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and the government recognises the strain that has been put on children and their families over the last year. Ensuring children can play and socialise safely again is a great priority. But also they have fun, Madam Deputy Speaker. Am I allowed to use the word fun? That children ought to enjoy themselves, and the Scouts and the Brownies ensure that children enjoy themselves, and they look at that great figure, Bear Grylls, and think, well, perhaps I can eat a slug too, and what will my parents have to say? And this is wonderful. There may also be vegetarian Scouts too who don't want to eat slugs. I accept the heckle that came from the opposition bench. This is very important, as is the mental health of children, which the government is doing a great deal to support, with an extra £79 million to boost mental health support for children and young people. 22,500 more children and young people will have access to such services next year, and an additional 345,000 by 2024. But the last year has been difficult, and let's hope that the Scouts and Guides, the wonderful features of our civic life that they are, will open up soon, and that children will be able to enjoy themselves and, dare I say, do those things which their parents probably don't always approve of until they find out about them later.
So true. Mrs. Emma Llewellyn-Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency, there are a number of large developments taking place that are at complete odds with many residents' wishes. A pontoon at Market Dock, a destruction of fields in a popular play park at Holborn Riverside, and the construction of an unnecessary flyover at Tile Sheds. The planning system is completely failing them. They were not involved in the decisions at the outset, and now they are expressing concerns that they are being ignored, railroaded, and in some cases treated with contempt. Please can we have an urgent debate on reform and planning so that local people have a real say in what happens in their community?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have visited the Honourable Lady's constituency and know what an attractive place it is, and it is a place that deserves to remain attractive, and this always leads to arguments over planning. But the planning system is fundamentally a local one, with local councils having the majority of say in planning developments. So may I suggest that initially this is taken up with the local council. It's only at the stage when things are called in to national government that they become a matter for central government.
Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Easter, which is coming up, is a time for love. But there isn't going to be very much love this Easter because very few people are going to be able to get married. It's a traditional time for marriage. It continues to be a very difficult situation for all the wedding industry. It's mainly run by women, and I hope it doesn't mean that the government has forgotten women's industries and business, because pubs are going to be allowed to open, sporting venues are going to be allowed to open, but it's a very difficult situation for the wedding industry. Brides haven't been able to buy their dresses for nearly a year. The wedding industry itself contributes hundreds of thousands of pounds, millions of pounds to the exchequer, but they are not being allowed to open properly, and yet pubs can. So can we have an urgent discussion as to how we can help the businesses understand the rules that are very conflicting for the whole of the industry and get these people back to business and let love flourish?
Madam Deputy Speaker, My honourable friend reminds us that historically marriages didn't take place during Lent, and therefore, of course, immediately after Lent, marriages did take place. And she's right to say that in the spring it is a time when people want to get married, when the weather is better for their celebrations. I can assure her that my honourable friend, the Minister for Small Businesses, is regularly in contact with the industry-led weddings task force, established to represent all parts of the UK weddings sector to understand the effect of the pandemic on jobs and businesses. Over the course of the pandemic, the government has provided an unprecedented package of financial support to businesses, including those in the wedding industry, and this is kept under regular review. I understand that BEIS has further discussions planned with the industry-led weddings task force to appreciate the sector's concerns and to help it through the reopening period. Over 28 million people in the UK have received their first dose of the vaccine, increasing the likelihood that restrictions will be eased at each step of the roadmap, including those restrictions on weddings. But I do sympathise very much with what my honourable friend is saying and what the representation she is making on behalf of her constituents. She is right to say that the weddings industry has been particularly badly affected by the pandemic, and it is important that it can get back to normal as soon as is practicable in accordance with the roadmap.
Now we go to Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This UK government has promised to publish its national strategy for disabled people this spring and has consulted with the public and committed to listening further. Given how all-encompassing this strategy will be, may we have an interim statement on the general direction of the strategy informed by their survey ahead of publication so that members of this House can debate the intended strategy and allow us to provide further input on behalf of our constituents?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right to raise the National Strategy for Disabled People. Spring has only just sprung, so we are only a very few days into it, so the plan to publish it in the spring is still very much the intention. In terms of parliamentary time, with the recess that is coming up and with the end of session in sight, I fear that I cannot promise her the debate that she is asking for in government time, but it may well be something for an adjournment debate, or indeed the Backbench Business Committee may be able to slot it in one of its remaining days.
And now we go to Julie Marson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After many months of conversations with senior executives from BP and McDonald's, I'm pleased that the two companies have agreed to progress with a scheme that will resolve the long-standing problems at the Rush Green roundabout in my constituency. Would my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute to the many residents and councillors who have campaigned on this issue and encourage the companies to implement the necessary alterations to the site as quickly as possible?
President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't want to go round in circles on this issue, but I thank my honourable friend for her question and the work she is doing in her constituency. I'm certainly not a revolutionary or a gyrator either, for that matter. I'm sure that this will be welcome news for the residents in Harford and Stortford. It is fantastic to see businesses leading forces of capitalism like British Petroleum and McDonald's, international titans that they are, contributing to their local communities, ensuring smooth and fast journeys for their customers and all the people in Hertfordshire. I mean, it's in their interests, isn't it? Because if the roundabouts run smoothly, you can go and fill up with petrol and then you can drive through McDonald's. And they are quite right to contribute because actually it will benefit them in the long run.
Thank you. Now we go to Afsana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week we saw the hugely historic result for the Shrewsbury 24 campaign in having their charges quashed by the Court of Appeal. This verdict is significant for working people and their rights in the UK, and sadly, many of those involved who saw their lives ruined by the politicisation of charges did not live long enough to see justice done. Given this and the fact that this verdict was achieved after half a century of injustice, does the Leader of the House believe that time should be allocated to debate the merits of the government holding a public inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the dispute and the trial?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Supreme Court, the Appeal Court has ruled, and it shows that British justice actually works, and that we have a country where, when mistakes are made, we have the systems that ensure that those mistakes are admitted to, even if after a long time. We don't just say, well, that happened a long time ago, we are therefore ignoring it. I think we should be proud of our justice system, that it does spend time looking at historic cases and setting the record straight. And for those who haven't lived long enough to see it, at least their families know that there was no stain on their family members' character. And I think that is important and reassuring to those who mourn.
Chris Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm enthusiastically looking forward to the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, which I hear is going to be the best ever. What's going to make it even better is Perry the mascot, which was designed by my constituent, Emma Lou from West Horton. So will my right honourable friend join me in congratulating her, and will he perhaps pose with Perry?
Lord President.
Well, I absolutely congratulate my honourable friend and his constituent, Emma Lou, on winning the mascot design competition for the 2022 Commonwealth Games, which will be taking place in Birmingham, and I'm delighted to hear that they are going to be the best ever, and we take that as a firm promise from my honourable friend. Perry the Bull, inspired by the city's famous bull ring. I remember as a child a story about Ferdinand the Bull, who didn't like to fight in bullfights, but liked to sit there smelling the flowers until he got stung by a bee and therefore charged around like the billio. And the bullfighting catchers were around that day, and they got him and took him off, and then he sat in the bull ring sniffing the flowers. It was a bit of a disappointment to the audience. But I hope Perry is a more active bull, with his fantastic horns and his colourful hexagons. So I think it is very encouraging that the mascot has been chosen, and would I pose for a photo with Perry, I would be honoured, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope you will join me.
I'm sure I would be delighted, President. We now go to Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my concerns to honourable members across the House about the increasingly common tactic of fire and rehire across businesses? I welcomed the leader's comments earlier, and I reflect on the business minister's contribution, who talked about them being, these tactics being bully boy tactics, and he's absolutely right. But Bayes has had that ACAS report since February the 17th. There'll be a couple of extra weeks now after the Easter recess. So can I urge the leader of the House to bring forward emergency legislation, which by the sound of things would have support, so that we can outlaw this disgraceful tactic of fire and rehire?
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am grateful to the honourable gentleman for reiterating this point. It is a very serious one. Employers threatening to fire and rehire as a negotiating tactic are doing something that is wrong, and decent employers do not do. My honourable friend, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary at Bayes, could not have been more clear about what a bad practice this is. The honourable gentleman says that Bayes has had the report since the 17th of February, which was slightly longer than I had realised, but nonetheless, for something of this importance, that is not an enormous amount of time, and I know it is being considered extremely carefully, but companies should know better than to behave in this way, that actually all companies operate best when their employees are working there with enthusiasm, and these types of tactics are very bad for morale in businesses. So I would say to my capitalist friends, behave well as a business, and your business will do better.
Indeed. Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When we come back after Easter, can we have a statement on Yemen? I know the Leader of the House will understand how it must feel for the family of Luke Simons when they hear about incidents of detention centres being attacked in Sana'a, when they hear about the cut of aid, in fact, to Yemen and the continuing supply of arms to Saudi Arabia. But most of all, their concern is, and my concern is, the welfare of my constituent held captive in Sana'a by the Houthis. And if we can't have that statement, would he encourage the Foreign Office at least to be a bit more active in providing me with briefings and updates of what's going on in relation to this. I've asked for one and not received one, and I'm sure he's always assiduous, and through his good offices, if he could give them a nudge and seek them to provide me with a more updated report.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can absolutely give the second commitment that the honourable gentleman asks for. The government is working closely with our partners in the region to make sure Mr Simons is released and reunited with his family as soon as possible. We obviously don't have direct representation there. It may be helpful if I tell honourable and right honourable members that after this session every week I write to relevant ministers with any issues that have been brought up. But obviously ones of this kind are ones that I particularly emphasise because I think honourable and right honourable members have a right to be kept informed about their constituents and to make representations for them. It is our basic obligation as members to seek redress of grievance for those we represent, and I will always do anything I can to help in that regard.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Large-scale infrastructure projects place a huge burden on parish and town councils that cover areas of construction of those projects. And parish councillors in my constituency tell me that dealing with local matters relating to projects like HS2 and East West Rail has become something like a full-time job. Will my right honourable friend join me in thanking all the work that our parish and town councils do and find time for a debate in government time that recognises the additional burden of big infrastructure on those local councils and find a better way to support them?
President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with projects of this scale, local effects will unfortunately be unavoidable. The Department for Transport encourages close cooperation and engagement between such projects and local councils, including parish councils. My honourable friend, the HS2 Minister, has been looking at this issue closely and, as set out in detail in the parliamentary report published last week, has taken a number of further steps to improve HS2 Limited's approach. My honourable friend, the Rail Minister, is also supportive of the recently introduced monthly meeting between the leaders of Buckinghamshire Council, EWR Co, Network Rail and the EWR Alliance, which can act as a point of escalation for construction issues if required. As regards a debate in the government time, I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't promise that, but I do think on an issue concerning my honourable friends' councils, including parish councils, this is ideal territory for an adjournment debate.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can we have an early statement from the Secretary of State for Transport in relation to air safety? For whatever reason, the Trade and Cooperation Agreement with the European Union did not include access to the EU EGNOS satellite system, which is used to provide 3D glide scope for instrument approach procedures for planes coming in to land at airports. As a consequence of that, come the 21st of June, the limits at which airplanes will be allowed to approach a runway without visual contact will be significantly increased, and this will be particularly acute across the Highlands and Islands at exactly the same time as we will be wanting more people, hopefully, to come back and start to visit us again. We need a memorandum of understanding with the EU on this, and we really need to hear from the Secretary of State for Transport what he's intending to do if we don't have one.
Lord President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot claim that I know a great deal about this particular issue, which may not surprise the House, but this is absolutely one of those things, as I said to an earlier honourable gentleman, which I will take up with the relevant minister and try and get the right honourable gentleman a detailed response to what sounds a very serious matter. And obviously we want transport to resume as safely as possible as tourists are going to be able to come back. So I think he raised an important point, and I will do my best to get a detailed answer.
And finally, Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My best friend is a 12-year-old West Island White Terrier called Alfie. And life without him would be almost unbearable. Yet every time my wife takes him out for a walk, she's scared to death that she's going to have him stolen. And this is a shocking, shocking crime. And it should carry a mandatory jail sentence, in my opinion. And my residents would back me up on that. So, for the third time today, could my right honourable friend please reassure me that he will do all he can to debate this important issue in this House, or ask government to make a statement on this matter and help protect man's best friend?
President.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear from this session that the matter of pet theft is of considerable concern to honourable and right honourable members. This session is often a straw in the wind as to the issues that are of political importance, because members raise whatever they want. And when you get 3 questions on the same subject, it shows that there is public concern. The government is doing the things that I have set out previously, including the additional police force. But people ought to feel confident going for a walk, and the idea that my honourable friend's wife, Mrs Anderson, does not feel safe going for a walk because she's worried that her dog will be stolen is something that is unreasonable, is unfair and is unpleasant. So we want people to feel secure taking their dogs for walks, and I have heard the concerns of the House.
Thank you. I've received notice of a point of order from Dame Diana Johnson, who we will reach by video link. Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank Mr Speaker for granting me the opportunity to raise this point of order regarding the NHS contaminated blood scandal, the biggest treatment disaster in NHS history. The vast majority of members of Parliament will have at least one constituent infected or had one constituent, because those infected die at an average rate of 1 every 96 hours. Madam Deputy Speaker, you will know that it took many years of cross-party campaigning before the NHS infected blood inquiry was announced in 2017. And alongside the public inquiry, the government agreed to undertake a review of financial support available to those infected and affected, and to work on a compensation framework if later required by the inquiry's findings. Last week, the Sunday Times' Caroline Wheeler reported that ministers plan to make a statement this week on financial support for infected blood victims. And a written ministerial statement appeared this morning, on the last day before the Easter recess, and crucially, after the deadline to secure an urgent question today. This leaves no opportunity for members' questioning of a minister in the House for at least 2 weeks. The failure to have an oral ministerial statement in the House today, allowing members to ask questions, may not be disorderly, but it is grossly insensitive to people who have suffered so much for so long at the hands of the state. And I seek your advice, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how we can get this issue discussed in the House at the very earliest opportunity. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Lady for notice of her point of order. As she well knows, and as Mr Speaker has said many times, it is a matter for the government whether they make a written or an oral ministerial statement. The occupant of the chair has no say in that matter, and the Honourable Lady asks that question that is always asked in points of order, but I appreciate it's a way of the Honourable Lady bringing to the attention of the House and of the Treasury bench her concerns as to how this matter can be brought before the House. And of course, there are many ways in which the Honourable Lady can do that. She can seek an adjournment debate, she can ask for an urgent question, she can go to the Backbench Business Committee, she can urge a select committee to have an inquiry, she can write to ministers. I think she knows all of the answers, and I'm quite sure that with her experience and determination, which is renowned in this particular matter, she will find one of those ways of bringing this matter to the floor of the House. Point of order, Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to you and Mr Speaker for allowing me to bring this point of order. Madam Deputy Speaker, on March the 8th in DWP questions, the Minister told me that in Feltham and Heston there were 77 Kickstart vacancies available and 11 starts. She also shared Kickstart data for Tower Hamlets with the Honourable Member for Bethnal Green and Bow. On the 17th of March, I tabled a written question asking for Kickstart placements and vacancies by constituency, but I was surprised to be told that this data by constituency is not currently available. 3 other colleagues, including members for Banau Gwent, Ilford North and Plymouth Sutton and Devonport, asking about their own constituencies, have been similarly rebuffed. MPs have also been told that the department is unable to publish data below regional level. Madam Deputy Speaker, If the Minister told me figures for my constituency in this House, then that data does exist and it could be published. With young people's jobs worst hit, transparency matters so that Parliament knows where opportunities are reaching and where they are not. So could you advise me, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how members of this House can seek to get this important data published by the DWP? Thank you.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for having given me notice of her point of order. And again, as I said to her right honourable friend a few moments ago, it's not for the Chair to comment on the accuracy or the completeness of ministerial answers. That is a matter entirely for ministers, but it is fairly obvious that if the department holds the information which she has requested, then it should provide that information to the Honourable Lady. She has used the point of order she's just made to draw to the attention of the House and to ministers her concerns. And of course she will also be aware that the Procedure Committee does monitor departmental performance, and I suggest that the Honourable Lady might consider drawing the matter to the attention of the Procedure Committee if the department's response remains unsatisfactory. Point of order, Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to my question to the Leader regarding the ACAS report on fire and rehire, it's come to my attention that the Leader indicated that that report had been presented to Bays a week ago. However, in parliamentary answer to the member for Easington, it was indicated that that report was actually presented on the 17th of February, a number of weeks ago. Now, I have no doubt that the Leader did not intentionally give the wrong date. However, given the pressing deadlines that are involved in this situation, can you give me advice as to how we can further press this issue to make sure that that is reasonably considered and action taken urgently?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his very reasonable point of order, and I can see that the Leader of the House agrees that it is reasonable. After the Honourable Gentleman asked his question of the Leader of the House, I may be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure I heard the Leader of the House give an answer to the Honourable Gentleman, the member for the City of Chester, in which the Leader of the House said that he had been slightly mistaken in the dates, and he confirmed that the relevant date was in fact the 17th of February. Would the Leader of the House care to take it further?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what I understand from the questions that I received. I thought the Honourable Gentleman indicated a week ago, and then the Honourable Member for Chester, the 17th of February, and I think, but this is not an absolute statement on oath, that the 17th of February is the accurate date.
Thank you. I heard the Leader of the House say that in answer to the Honourable Member for the City of Chester, and I hope that the matter has now been cleared up. And I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving us all the opportunity to make sure that the information given here in the Chamber is always accurate. Thank you. I will now suspend the House for a brief period of 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order. Order. We will first deal with the presentation of the bill. Presentation of bill. Alan Smith, who we reach by video link.
British Parliament disqualification of members of the House of Commons bill.
Reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. That is certainly the shortest speech we've had by video link.
And the best.
I make no comment on its quality. Business of the House today motion. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Business of the House today motion as on the order paper. The question is, as on the order paper. As mayors that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 2 on public health, which, with the permission of the House, will be debated together with motion number 3 on Coronavirus Act 2020, review of temporary provisions. Motion number 4 on Coronavirus Act 2020, 1-year status report, and motion number 5 on proceedings during the pandemic. Before I call the Secretary of State to move motion number 2 and speak on to the other motions, I can confirm that Mr. Speaker has not selected any of the amendments. I should also mention, before the Secretary of State begins his speech, that there will be a limit on backbench speeches, not of 3 minutes initially, but of 4 minutes. Secretary of State Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motions that stand in my name and the name of my right honourable colleagues. Over the past year, we've all been engaged in a monumental national effort to fight coronavirus, which has required this House to take extraordinary measures in response to this extraordinary threat. Today, we debate our roadmap to recovery and what is legally needed to take the cautious but irreversible path out of this pandemic. We propose to remove some of the emergency powers that the House put in place a year ago and set the steps of the roadmap that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has set out into law, replacing the existing national lockdown. We're able to take this action and propose these measures thanks to the perseverance of the British people in following the rules and the success story that is our UK vaccination programme, which has now vaccinated over 28.6 million people, 55% of all adults in the United Kingdom. Hospitalisations are now at their lowest point since September and are down 90% since the peak. To put this into context, there are today just over 5,000 people in hospital with COVID. At the peak, just 2 months ago, there were just under 5,000 new admissions with COVID each day. Deaths are now at the lowest point since October, and they're down 94% since the peak. And the research published today shows that our vaccination programme has already saved the lives of over 6,000 people across the UK up to the end of February. The success of this vaccination programme means that we're now able to carefully replace the short-term protection of the restrictions we've all endured with the long-term protection provided by the vaccine. Our goal is to be cautious yet irreversible. And I must tell the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that whilst I am still by nature an optimist, there remain causes for caution. Cases are rising in some areas and they're rising among those under 18. There are early signs of cases flattening among the working age population too. I'm delighted that uptake of the vaccine is now 95% amongst over 60s, and that protection against dying from the vaccine is around 85%. Both of these figures, 95% uptake and 85% protection, Both of these are higher than we could have hoped for. But while we're confident that we have broken the link between the number of cases and the hospitalisations and deaths that previously inevitably followed, no vaccine is perfect and take-up isn't 100%. So that link, while broken, is not yet severed. New variants also remain a risk because we don't yet know with confidence the impact of the vaccine against the new variants. We all want these next few months to be a one-way route to freedom. So as we restore the freedoms that we all cherish, we must do so in a way that doesn't put our NHS at risk. Now, absolutely, I'll give way to my right honourable friend and then to the right honourable.
Grateful to the Secretary of State. Just on that point he was making about the take-up and the efficacy, one of the things that the Chief Medical Officer said was that the timings in the roadmap were driven by some of the modelling that the government had seen. Now, the assumptions behind that modelling, I think, came from February and are much more pessimistic than what we now know about take-up and efficacy. Could the Secretary of State ensure that that modelling is redone with those new assumptions to see whether that would justify a faster unlocking of the country, which is important to save jobs, save businesses, and maximise the economic future of our young people?
Well, while modelling is obviously something that is looked at, the observation of the actual data is, I think, the best guide. And the good news is that the number of deaths has fallen very, very sharply and continues to fall sharply. And the number of hospitalisations has fallen sharply, not quite as sharply as deaths, but nevertheless sharply. And critically, this link has broken, so the weight that we place on the number of cases as an indicator is not nearly as great as it was before, because it used to be inevitable that that led to hospitalisations and deaths. But the reason for the timings in the roadmap is so that after each step we can see its impact before being able carefully to take the next step. That is the core reason for the timings in the roadmap. 4 weeks to see the impact of a step, and then 1 week to give warning of the next step. It's that rather than the modelling that I'd put the stress on in terms of the timings in the roadmap.
Just come back very briefly on that final point. So if deaths and hospitalisations are what's important, is he able to confirm the information that was published in the Times this morning, the SPI-M modelling, the government's advisory committee, showing a dramatic reduction in hospitalisations and deaths taking place just over the next week and throughout April, which really drives my assumption that we could go a little bit faster. Is he able to confirm that for the House?
Secretary of State.
Well, I have not seen that article in the Times newspaper. I have read parts of the Times, but not that bit. So I can't confirm, but I can absolutely write to him with the details on this point. But I would stress that the focus only on modelling is not really where the focus of the ultimate judgment in the timings of the roadmap is. It is about being able to observe progress and then take the next step with confidence. Because the central point here is that cases may well rise. In fact, I would say cases are likely to rise, not least as with schools going back. The critical thing is that the automaticity from cases going up to that having an impact on hospitalisations, that is no longer there. But if cases got extremely high, even with a much, much weaker link from cases to hospitalisations, that is something that we clearly have to guard against, and is set out in test 3 of the Prime Minister's 4 tests. And I'll give way to the Honourable.
I'm grateful to the Health Secretary. And he talked of protections for over 60s. Can he appreciate why, for some of our constituents who crave a foreign holiday, it looks very odd that a Stanley Johnson loophole seems to have been negotiated? So if you're an over 60 with your own property abroad, you can get round that. And can he appreciate that a lot of our constituents think that, these measures, a Prime Minister who used to talk about women who look like bank robbers has now mandated us all to wear these?
I'm not quite sure the point that she's making, but what I was going to go on to say is that the critical point where I ended the exchange with my right honourable friend is that we must restore the freedoms that we all cherish, but in a way that doesn't put the NHS at risk. And throughout the crisis, we have successfully protected the NHS, and I'm delighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to inform the House that there are now record numbers of NHS doctors and NHS nurses in England. New data published this morning show that there are over 300,000 nurses in the NHS in England for the first time in its history. So we've protected our NHS, we're delivering our commitments to it, and nobody wants to have to reimpose measures, as we've sadly seen elsewhere in Europe only this week. So we must therefore take this cautious and, we hope, irreversible roadmap. Yeah.
I thank my right honourable for giving way, and he mentions data of occurrences within the NHS. Does the NHS have data to suggest how many people have sadly died from COVID in NHS hospitals 3 weeks after receiving their first dose of the COVID vaccine?
Yes, the data on the impact of the vaccine, including side effects from the vaccine, and including when sadly people die after having had the vaccine, which is rare. These data are published by the MHRA, and if there's any data in this area that are not published but he would like to publish, then if he writes to me, I'd be very happy to look into publishing those further data, because essentially we take an attitude of being as transparent as possible, because there are side effects to vaccine, as there are to all pharmaceutical drugs, and we want to be completely open and transparent about those, essentially to reassure people that the risks are extremely low. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. He answered a question for me on this very subject, and he said that the data was not available. And I can't understand why crucial data, such as the number of people who have been vaccinated for more than 3 weeks, who are then admitted to hospital and then subsequently die, is not collected. Why is it?
This data has been collated recently. It's in the so-called Siren study from Public Health England. So I'm very happy to look into exactly the data that my honourable friends are looking for, and if we have it, publish it. From what was asked for, I think that we do have it, but I will. Let's try to do that by correspondence to make sure that we're getting it exactly what's being looked for. Because on the face of it, he's absolutely right. It is exactly the sort of thing that we're looking at. So I want to make sure that we get the details of that right. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was just saying, each step of the roadmap is guided by the data and the progress against the 4 tests. We're able to take the first step on March the 8th, when we allowed the return of face-to-face education in schools and relaxed the rules on 2 people gathering outside for recreation, and allowed care home residents to nominate a single regular visitor supported by regular testing and PPE. The regulations before the House today ease restrictions further, again in a careful and controlled way. First, they allow us to put in place the remaining measures for step 1, which would come into force on Monday. This means the stay-at-home rule will end, and 6 people or 2 households will be able to meet outdoors, and outdoor sports resume. These regulations also commit the remaining steps of our roadmap into law, so we can gradually ease restrictions at the right time before eventually removing them altogether, which we hope to be able to do on the 21st of June.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. My constituents have been in touch and raised concerns about these measures being in place for longer than absolutely necessary. But they've also been raising concerns about long COVID. Could the Secretary of State respond to my constituents on both these issues, and also just explain to the House what he is looking into and what his department is looking into to better understand the effects of long COVID on the population?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we clearly want to lift these measures as soon as is reasonably possible, and my goal is that we will eventually see COVID as something that has to be managed rather like flu. We don't put in place restrictions on normal life to tackle flu, but we do have a regular vaccination programme. And that is where I hope, with vaccines, that we're able to get to. But if I could just also answer his second point before taking further interventions. The point about long COVID is important. And in fact, today, the National Institute of Health Research, which has done a brilliant job during this pandemic, they have put out a £20 million call for further research and diagnostics, including patient and public involvement in understanding more long COVID, so that that can be properly understood and people get the support that they need on the NHS for those who catch COVID and have symptoms over the long time, which I know can be deeply debilitating for some people. I'll give way to the chair of the Science Select Committee.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He mentions the fact that we live with flu every winter, we act against it. Has he made an assessment of what level of hospital admissions would be consistent with protecting the NHS?
Well, it's very difficult to know in advance. At the peak of this pandemic, we had 38,000 patients in hospital across the UK at any one time with COVID. But that, of course, meant that other non-urgent treatment had to be delayed. So there's a question of the trade-off here between how much treatment is delayed. Now, in a bad flu season, treatment like that, elective operations that are not urgent, they are delayed. That is one way in which the NHS manages through a difficult flu season in winter. And measures like that will be necessary if we have an increase in COVID cases. But we have to, if we've learned anything in the last year, we've learned that we have to live with risk as a society. That is a reality. And so the goal and the strategy is to invest in the NHS so it has more capacity, make sure it can expand capacity, and make sure that through the vaccine effort and the continued, no doubt, the continued efforts that people will take personal responsibility for, like mask wearing as a personal responsibility, people will highly likely do this to protect themselves and others after the experience we've just had. But I want to get that to a point of personal responsibility, plus the vaccine, plus the test and trace programme so that people can be regularly tested and we can use that to break chains of transmission and manage COVID in that way whilst restoring our freedoms. I think that is the best way once we've made our way carefully down this road. Yes, of course.
Well, what he's just said is extremely encouraging and I'm very grateful. Could he confirm that the reason that step 4 is not in the regulations is that step 4 doesn't need any regulations, it is freedom from these regulations? Yeah.
Very good way of putting it. In fact, he was on my next page in my script. It is a pleasure, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be as one with my honourable friend after all this time. And I hope very much that he joins us therefore in the lobbies later this evening. I am an optimist, as I've just said. If I could just carry on detailing the purpose of these motions. Step 2 allows non-essential retail and personal care services to reopen, and we have said that this will happen not before the 12th of April. This will also allow leisure services, indoor leisure like gyms and self-contained accommodation, and step 2 also sees the reopening outdoors of our pubs and restaurants, which are something I know is something so many of us are looking forward to. And Madam Deputy Speaker, step 3 will lift restrictions on meetings outdoors subject to a limit of 30 and up to 6 people or 2 households being able to meet inside, and indoor hospitality, indoor entertainment and all other types of accommodation will be able to open their doors once again. And Madam Deputy Speaker, step 4 will begin no earlier than the 21st of June. This is the final stage in this roadmap because, bolstered by a mammoth testing capacity and the protection of the vaccination programme, this is when we aim to remove all legal limits on social contact and restore our freedoms once again. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I know how hard these restrictions have been. I know that they've meant missing out on special moments with loved ones, putting important events on hold, and they've taken a significant economic toll. So we don't want to keep them in place any longer than we judge we have to. So I'm pleased to say that these roadmap regulations will expire at the end of June. If I can turn now to the renewal of the temporary provisions in the Coronavirus Act, which are also before the House today. The Act has been a crucial part of our response to this virus. It helped us to protect the NHS in its hour of need and to keep public services and courts and local democracy running and offer financial assistance that, of course, has been a lifeline to so many people. Some provisions in the Act require renewal every 6 months. If we were to remove the temporary provisions in this Act altogether, then we would lose, for instance, measures protecting commercial tenants and renters from eviction. We would not be able to run virtual court hearings that are an integral part of maintaining the rule of law. People wouldn't be able to receive statutory sick pay for the full period that they're required to self-isolate. So there are some important technical provisions that allow for the running of public services when there is the social distancing that we have at the moment. Of course, I'll give way.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I do think the word crucial was doing a lot of heavy lifting in the Minister's statement. Is it not correct that if the bill was voted down today, then the government would have 21 days to bring forward a new bill to Parliament? And is it also not correct that a lot of what we're relying on comes from other legislation and not actually the Coronavirus Act?
Well, absolutely. The main provisions that under which we put in place the lockdown come from the Public Health Act, not the Coronavirus Act. Actually, the mainstay of the Coronavirus Act is to allow us to support people, to support public services. For instance, furlough is in the Coronavirus Act. That is not up for renewal because that is a permanent part, as in for the full period of the Coronavirus Act. But nevertheless, things like being able to pay statutory sick pay to people when they are self-isolating, that is, I'm asking the House today to renew that provision, and I think that we must. Also, and I want to really stress this point to those who are understandably concerned about the extent of powers in the Coronavirus Act. Although this Act remains essential and there are elements of it which we are seeking the renewal of, we've always said that we will only retain powers as long as they are necessary. They are exceptional powers, and they are approved by this House for the use in the most extreme of situations and must be seen in this light. And because of the progress we've made, we're now able to expire and suspend a whole raft of measures within this Act, just as we expired provisions after the last review 6 months ago. So we propose, Madam Deputy Speaker, to expire 12 provisions in the Act. Section 15 that allowed local authorities to ease some responsibilities around social care. Section 24 that allows biometric data held for national security purposes to be retained for an extra 6 months. 5 provisions that require information from businesses and people involved in the food supply chain. Section 71 that allowed a single Treasury Minister to sign on behalf of all Treasury Commissioners. I know that the Whip's office are looking forward to getting their signatures out again. There's 2 provisions that created a new form of emergency volunteering leave, which we have not needed and are retiring. Section 79 that extended arrangements for business improvement districts, and Section 84 that allowed for the postponement of General Synod elections. These are not needed anymore, and we are therefore not seeking to extend them. We only extend that which we think is necessary. And I'll give way there, and then there, and then there.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I welcome the expiry of some of these measures, particularly the social care easements, which were discriminatory against the most vulnerable in our society. But will he accept, under the Coronavirus Act, we've had 250 people wrongfully charged. This Act is full of far-reaching powers that are not needed. The practical measures he talked about can be brought forward in the next 21 days. And as he has suggested, this fake news that furlough can't go on without renewing the Act is just untrue, because that is a permanent provision.
Furlough is provided for under this Act, and as I just said, it is a permanent provision of the Act, but the statutory sick pay isn't, and I think we should be giving people statutory sick pay to help them to self-isolate. I'll give way here.
Thanks very much. The Secretary of State is obviously asking for a further 6 months under the Act, which is all that we can do. And the Prime Minister has been saying in the last few days about the need for Section 2, for instance, around the emergency registration of nurses to help us deal with the backlog. And the same is true for Section 53, 4, 5 and 6 with respect to the courts. Now, in 6 months' time, will we need that will we have therefore dealt with the backlog in the health service and in the courts, or will he be needing to renew this again in 6 months?
That is a good question. The truth is that we have a record number of nurses in the NHS, over 300,000, in part because this Act has allowed for their emergency registration much more swiftly than previously. But there are parts of this Act that have allowed us to do good things that everybody would like to see, like that. And so when we do come to retire this Act, which we must within 1 year, and preferably within 6 months, we will need to make sure that we can continue to do that sort of thing, and make sure that nurses can be enrolled as easily as possible into the NHS. But I cannot answer whether we will be retiring it in 6 months. My preference would be yes, but given the last year, I think a prediction would be hasty. Yes.
Just further to that, then, can I make a suggestion to my right friend? I know that in the Police Sentencing and Courts Bill, the expansion of availability for live links in criminal proceedings is going to be put into that legislation, so that therefore wouldn't be needed. The Secretary of State's bringing forward a new health bill during the new session. Would that be an opportunity to therefore update that?
Yes. It's an important point that we are working on, and that we've just started the process of, which is if there are measures that have worked well and we want to keep because they are good, then can we put them permanently on the statute book? But that should properly take the process of normal primary legislation. He mentions a forthcoming health and care bill. I look to the Leader of the House and I can see that he's smiling, although I cannot say whether or not that bill will, of course, yet be brought forward until we have proper sign-off. Very nice to see you looking so handsome there. That would... our aim would be to get that onto the statute book should we bring it forward in the middle of next year, and so there is a shorter term question of handling from here to there. But we need to do that with the best administrative efficiency we can, but I am talking here about the less controversial elements of the Act. I'll give way.
Grateful for the Secretary of State's judgment, and I'll try not to test his patience again. Can I just pick him up? He's mentioned there's some very valuable administrative measures, which actually, if they were the only things being rolled forward, then I don't think people would mind. Although my reading, by the way, of the Act is that the registration provisions for medical staff are actually in Section 89 of the permanent part of the Act rather than the temporary part. But the controversial parts, the police powers to detain potentially infectious persons, which the Honourable Lady referred to, which have been used unlawfully on a number of occasions. It says in his letter, that in the one-year review of the Act, that those are intended to be long-term powers, and he's also just suggested that these provisions might be rolled forward a further 6 months. That's why so many of us are worried. These are extraordinary provisions, not for normal times, and they should be expired at the earliest possible opportunity.
I actually agree with him that they should be expired at the earliest opportunity. The challenge is, especially as we lift measures on all of us, if there are, for instance, new variants that we need to absolutely pin down, in the same way that there was a new variant that came about in Liverpool, and we tackled it, and we have not seen any new cases of it because of fantastic local work, but also because in lockdown that is easier. Having these very targeted interventions for now is important, and therefore we've made the judgment now to propose that these are necessary for now. And I know we disagree on that point, but I would suggest that by voting against all of these renewals, there are a whole load of valuable things that he and I would actually agree on that would not be renewed were that to go through. We're also suspending, I'll just make a little bit more progress, we're also suspending 3 further provisions, although they may need to be restored and called on if required. And as well as this, we've completed the 6-month statutory review on COVID-secure regulations for businesses, for collection of contact details for self-isolation, and concluded that they remain necessary at this time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coronavirus Act is temporary, it's time-limited, it's proportionate to the threat we face, and we're only keeping measures where they are necessary as we exit this pandemic, and then we can do away with this Act for good. Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout the pandemic also this House has found a way to meet, and I can't wait for the time when this chamber will be full and rowdy once again, as the cockpit of our democracy, where you can almost literally take the temperature of the nation. I may pay for that when I say something particularly unfortunate, but I prefer it, and I think everybody in this House does. After widespread consultation and on the basis of detailed public health advice, my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, has tabled a motion to extend virtual participation and the current proxy voting arrangements until the 21st of June, the proposed date for the removal of all legal restrictions on social contact. I know that we want to thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and through you, the other Deputy Speakers and Mr. Speaker and the House authorities for the work that you've done in these unprecedented times to keep people safe here. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the measures before the House today show how we'll put the pandemic behind us and restore life to normal. We're on the road to recovery, but we're not at the finish line yet. And by passing these measures, we can keep protecting lives and livelihoods while we get our nation back on its feet once more. And I'll finally give way to the
Secretary of State, a very specific point, which I rather hoped he would cover, but I anticipate he's not. We're obviously very concerned about variants in Europe and the surge that we're seeing in Europe. Is it the government's intention to impose restrictions on those coming in from France or Germany, to add either France or other European countries to the red list, or to impose testing on hauliers coming into the country?
Well, all of these questions will be answered as part of the Global Travel Task Force, which the Prime Minister has announced will be published on the 5th of April. So I would commend him to wait until then. And with answering that final question, I commend these motions to the House.
The question is motion number 2, as on the order paper. Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do appreciate the Secretary of State allowing me to intervene on him right at the end there. It is right that this week we remember all those who have lost their life to this horrific virus, and we reflect on the grief of all who have lost loved ones. That across the House we pay tribute to all those who have put themselves in the face of danger, our NHS and care workers, all our public servants and key workers who have kept our society functioning. Over 126,000 have died. In social care, the impact has been devastating. Over 30,000 have died. Residents have been left isolated and frightened, deprived of visits from their loved ones for months on end. Across the NHS, cancer patients have seen surgery cancelled and screenings postponed. Over 300,000 are waiting for over a year for treatment. A study today from the University of Leicester has suggested that those patients who are hospitalised and discharged, that 71% of them have not fully recovered after 5 months. 20% are left with a new disability. The long-term impact of COVID is likely to be severe for many people. Our NHS staff face burnout. Children have lost months of education and social interaction. They risk being amongst the biggest victims of the pandemic. Families are worried and anxious. Our NHS has suffered. Public health funding has been cut for many years, which left our public health services without the capacity that they needed when the pandemic hit. The poorest communities have seen more than double the death rate in the first wave. In ethnic minority communities, the death rate has been up to 50% higher. It didn't have to be like this, of course. A healthier, more equal society would have weathered the storms better. We could have planned better, acted more quickly, responded more comprehensively. Now, of course, our vaccination programme has been successful, and I want to again thank everybody who has been involved in the vaccination programme. But the reality is that we are not out of the woods yet. The pandemic still has some way to go, and it is right that we proceed with caution, and that we always we do not become complacent, because vaccination alone, frankly, does not make us bulletproof. It does make us safer, but we are not safe until we build population immunity and we roll out vaccination everywhere across the world. I asked the Secretary of State last week about vaccination of children. He quite rightly said we had to wait for the research and the clinical trials, although yesterday it was suggested that vaccination of children could start as soon as August. If safety requirements are met, I hope ministers are commissioning the JCVI now with producing a plan for how children's vaccination could roll out, because it will be an important way in which we can drive down transmission. There is a third wave surging across Europe. Much of that is as a response or because of the B117 Kent variant, but we're increasingly seeing a higher prevalence of other variants, which, as the Secretary of State has quite rightly said, we are uncertain as to whether they will evade vaccines or not. So we do have to be careful, and we do have to proceed with caution, because although we are making extraordinary progress in this country, both with our vaccination rates and in bringing infection rates down, we know that the virus does mutate. We know that the virus can come back and hit us even harder, particularly at a time when there's considerable amount of virus circulating. Infections are still running at over 5,000 a day, for example, here. The ONS estimated last week that 160,000 people in England had the infection in the last week. So we still have to work hard to break transmission chains. We still have to work hard to shut down opportunities for the virus to replicate. And given the loss of life we have suffered, and given the risks of mutations that could set us back, we must have zero tolerance to letting the virus rage unchecked. For that reason, we do accept that restrictions have to stay in place, and for that reason, we support the renewal of the Act and the public health regulations before us. But we do not support that renewal with any enthusiasm or relish. Quite the opposite. Neither the Secretary of State nor I came into politics to put powers like this on the statute book. These are powers that curtail so many basic freedoms and deregulate so many basic standards that our forebears fought so hard for, and that so many people have taken for granted. But I'm also acutely conscious that this deadly virus spreads rapidly, it exploits ambiguity, and it thrives on inequality. And suppressing the virus does depend on social distancing measures, and it's why we need them on the statute book. But it also depends on other measures as well, such as properly isolating the sick and paying them fully to isolate. It depends on having proper community-led contact tracing, retrospective and forward contact tracing. It depends on investing in science, so we have not just the vaccines, but the therapeutics, which will lead us out of this crisis. Restrictions in themselves are a blunt tool, but sadly they will be needed given the virus is still surging across the world. That's why we supported the measures 12 months ago, and it's why we'll support them again today. Indeed, it was 12 months ago that I met regularly with the Secretary of State. It was 12 months ago, or just over 12 months ago, that I sat round a very small table in the Prime Minister's office in Downing Street with the Prime Minister and our then Leader of the Opposition, my right honourable friend, the member for Islington North, alongside advisers like Dominic Cummings and others, to negotiate the content of the Act. We pressed for statutory sick pay from day one, and that is in the Act. We think the Honourable Gentleman should go further. It's not enough, but at least we've got statutory sick pay from day one. We pressed for a ban on evictions for those in rent arrears, and again, the Prime Minister gave us that concession. And we pressed for furlough as well in that meeting. Now, of course, on each of those, I want the government to go much, much, much further. And indeed, I believe it is a monstrous failure of the last 12 months that decent sick pay and financial support has not been provided. But I think it would be churlish of me not to recognise that we had that meeting and the concessions were offered as a result of that meeting. But even though we supported the Act 12 months ago, I did stand at this dispatch box and raise a number of concerns about the content of the Act. And indeed, and said that in different circumstances, with a proper process where members could bring forward amendments in good time, we would have hoped for a better scrutiny of the Act. But nonetheless, we raised concerns about the easements of the Care Act, and I'm pleased that those clauses have been removed. We also will be removed. We raised objections to the way the Act gives the Secretary of State powers to change Section 42 of the Children and Families Act. Now, I understand that these powers haven't been used, I think, since July last year, but we remain concerned that at the moment that they still appear to be in the Act, and I'd ask the Secretary of State and Ministers to reflect on that and bring them and take those particular clauses out of the Act. And a year ago, we also raised concerns about the more draconian elements of the Act, which have been raised with the Secretary of State a few moments ago. Indeed, I said at the dispatch box a year ago, the bill contains the most draconian powers ever seen in peacetime Britain, powers to detain and test potentially infectious members of the public, powers to shut down gatherings which could impede the ability to protest against the overall handling of the crisis or against the abuse of the powers themselves. It needs no explanation or very little imagination to understand the huge potential for abuse that such powers and others in the bill, however well intended and needed, still give rise. And sadly, we have seen such abuses. The application of the Section 21, the power to detain potentially infectious persons, has been used for a number of prosecutions, every one of which was found to be unlawful when reviewed by the CPS. The Joint Committee on Human Rights has advised in its report of September last year that in the absence of any clear evidence to support the retention of Schedule 21 powers, they ought to be repealed. We have huge sympathy with that, as indeed members have who have contributed to the debate so far. And we would urge the government to look again at this particular clause in the Act. And yes, of course.
Chairman, I'm very grateful for what he's just said, and I just would say how sorry I am, although I completely understand, of course, that my amendment wasn't selected, because I feel that we probably would have gone through the lobbies together for it on Schedule 21 and 22. And I wonder if he'd be able to advise the Secretary of State that should such a question come before the House, whether he would vote to call upon ministers to remove those schedules.
I don't think the schedule is needed. I understand why we would want something to deal with somebody who is infectious and refusing to isolate themselves, but I think the way in which the schedule is in the Act and the way it has been applied is not needed, and it needs to be looked at again. And I think I'd make a broader point, whereas I understand why the government has to make put these restrictions on the statute book or maintain these restrictions. I'm a strong believer in doing all we can to suppress this virus, drive down infections, cut transmission chains, prevent opportunities for it to replicate. I'm a strong believer in putting public health and prevention first, but I also think that the government could have found time for the House for this debate to take place over a couple of days where members could bring amendments and we could properly scrutinise the bill. I mean, the government does have a rather handsome majority. I'm sure it would have got its way on most of the things that it wanted to get its way on. But who knows? Perhaps through proper scrutiny, we may well have improved the legislation before us. I'll give way to them.
To him again, he may know that I've proposed a new Public Health Act which would use statutory instruments of the type under the Civil Contingencies Act, which would allow us to amend the SIs, and I wonder whether he would support that as a proposal.
Well, he invites me to offer endorsement before I've read the details, but as because he is a canny operator in this place. But as a point of principle, it does sound like a reasonable suggestion, and I'll look forward, no doubt, to receiving an email from him later today, which I'll be able to read when I'm on the train back to Leicester. Of course.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he's given us an interesting insight into the history of this epidemic in this country and the discussions that took place. Would he care to put on record now that we should immediately start a public inquiry and an independent inquiry into what's gone on, so that we can get a full picture of it, and that it is a feeble excuse to say that people cannot attend a public inquiry when virtually every single select committee in this House is having witnesses every day?
My honourable friend from Blakely is absolutely right. We need a public inquiry. Mistakes have been made. There have been examples of poor decision making. We went into this crisis with our health and social care capacity less than what it should have been. Our public health capacity, through cutbacks over many years, was lacking. We were late going into a lockdown a year ago. Maybe that was not unreasonable, but we were late going into a lockdown a second time and a third time. Of course, we need a public inquiry to get to the bottom of all these matters. And the Secretary of State is embarking on a reorganisation of the National Health Service. Yesterday, he made an interesting speech about the future of public health and the National Institute for Health Security. And he opened his speech by saying one of the lessons of this crisis is that we need to set up a National Institute of Health Security. I actually agree with him on health security as it happens, but the government cannot, on the one hand, say we've learnt lessons lessons in this crisis, and therefore we need to do X, Y, and Z. And the Prime Minister, on the other hand, says it's too early to learn lessons. We can't have an inquiry. So he is he's absolutely right, and I totally agree with him. So we have our concerns about Section 21, but we are where we are, and the procedures of the House leave us little room for manoeuvre. So we will be supporting the government in the division lobbies should it come to that, albeit we would rather we were not in this particular situation. Section 22 is another clause which is open to abuse in the bill, and again I would hope the government would review this and come forward with also alternatives. This is the power around gatherings, which, given recent events, has caused understandable concern. However, the public health regulations, I think, does offer some progress on this matter. And again, we will be supporting the public health regulations, because the public health regulations include expressly, and I think this is for the first time now, and in relation to each step of the relaxation of lockdown, the right to have a gathering for purposes of protest. The introduction of this clause in the public health regulations is welcome. To be frank, it should have been there all along, though I do have some concerns that to comply, the organisers have to take into account, in words of the regulations, any guidance issued by the government relevant to the gathering. It means the government, by guidance, which could be general or could be specific to a particular protest, can determine what is allowed by way of process. So I hope the Minister, who I know is a decent man, as one of my fellow Leicestershire MPs, can offer us some guidance in that in his response to the debate later today. But notwithstanding our concerns, we understand why the Act must stay on the statute book and why the public health regulations must have the support of the House today. The pandemic is not over. The virus is surging again. Deaths across the world are increasing after going down for some weeks. Mutations could emerge which could bounce back at us and set us back considerably, probably not back to square one, but which could evade the success of our vaccination programme. And a year ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, I concluded my remarks by observing that this crisis has exposed the vulnerability of a society in which insecure work is rife, deregulation is king, and public services are underfunded. When we come out on the other side, as we will, we have to build a society that puts people first. Rebuilding that society becomes ever more urgent every day.
The 4-minute limit will now be on for backbench speeches, and we go by video link to Bill Wiggin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's certainly been a challenging time for my constituents in North Herefordshire. However, their fortitude and community spirit must be highly recommended. It's a triumph that vaccines are produced and approved in record time. And this was the silver bullet that I've been asking for in all my speeches to this House for so many months. We are all so proud that ours is one of the world's most successful vaccine rollouts. Therefore, it's disappointing not to see more justification from the government as to why the Coronavirus Act needs to be extended for as much as another 6 months. People must be able to understand the exit from lockdown and that these powers are for their own good. This is especially true when the most vulnerable in society have been vaccinated with the first of 2 jabs against this dreadful disease. Thanks to the work of the Vaccine Task Force, the pharmaceutical companies, NHS staff and volunteers, the regulators, we should all be truly proud of our world-beating vaccine rollout programme. Herefordshire continues to top the list as one of the areas with the highest vaccination rates. Over 91,000 people in Herefordshire have now received their first dose. Nearly 100% of the first 5 categories laid out by the JVCI have been jabbed, and over 61% of the 55 to 59 categories. Over 28 million people, or 28.6 million people, have now been vaccinated in this country, saving nearly 6,000 lives. Nearly 850,000 people received a dose on Saturday alone, and I had my first injection today. So now we must capitalise on this success and the global opportunities that this creates for the UK. The rollout of the vaccine was always going to change the game, and it is doing the job required of it. Now, let's not miss the chances that this golden opportunity is presenting us. We're free from the EU and we can manoeuvre economically and commercially safe from Corona-19. Globally, this is an almost unique advantage for our businesses who have been supported throughout the crisis. Now, let's make sure we can collect on our investment. From the 9th of March to the 15th of March, Herefordshire had a COVID case rate of 34 cases per 100,000. When we entered the latest set of restrictions, the county was at 254 per 100,000. Now there are only 58 cases in the county at present. On the 10th of May last year, the Prime Minister announced a relaxation of some of the lockdown measures. At that time, the R rate was between 0.5 and 0.9. On the 15th of March, the county had a rate of 0.6 to 0.9. And on the 10th of May last year, the 7-day average for hospital admissions was 987.3. Now it's 426.1. The country had restrictions lifted the first time round in very different circumstances last year. Considering children are back at school and the vaccine rollout is so successful, we're actually in a safer place than we were last May. And because of the good behaviour of the people of this county, we need to capitalise on this. We're doing so much better than Europe. And when you look at the statistics, our record is fantastic. That is why I will dig deep into the loyalty vault and today vote with the government. But we need to remember that we need to keep the people properly informed as to why these restrictions are necessary. And I would love to hear the government do more of that. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Martin Day.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's hard to believe that it's a year since the four nations officially went into lockdown. I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone for everything they have done to support us and the NHS during this unprecedented period. Everyone who helped out, be that by staying at home or continuing to go to work to allow others to stay at home, those who volunteered or supported our NHS, I am truly grateful to everyone whose effort has assisted in whatever way. Over that year, many have lost loved ones to COVID, with 126,000 COVID-related deaths to date, and regrettably, this figure is still rising. Many will also have lost loved ones to other causes too, and irrespective of whether the losses were related to COVID or not, the grieving process has been even more complex and stressful than it would otherwise have been. My thoughts and prayers are with them too. And on a personal note, I look forward to receiving my first vaccine dose next week. There are some advantages to turning 50 this week, it seems. The continued vaccine rollout offers us all a realistic hope for the future to come, and I would encourage everyone who is offered a vaccine to take up the offer. I would also take this opportunity to recognise that governments globally have had to make some very difficult choices over the past year, and unfortunately, these difficult choices endure because the virus has not yet gone. It will remain with us for some time to come. And as it mutates into potentially more harmful variants and we witness countries entering a third wave, current decisions continue to require consideration of competing challenges. That said, I think it fair to say that we are on the road out of lockdown, perhaps not as fast as some would like, but there is a delicate balance and we have to get this right. It is inevitable as we unlock that there will be a rise in cases. So successful rollout of vaccinations and protection of the most vulnerable is essential. To that end, I would urge that for continued suppression of the virus in the UK as we come out of lockdown, the UK government should follow the Scottish Government's example on hotel quarantines. We know that a Public Health England study showing that quarantine-free travel corridors contributed to the spread of coronavirus in the UK last year, with travel from European countries accounting for 86% of imported cases between May and September. And now England's Deputy Chief Medical Officer has told MPs that 68% of those arriving from France were exempt from quarantine measures. Data shows that South African and Brazilian variants, which may be more resistant to vaccines, now account for 40% of new cases in some regions of France. My SNP colleagues and I have repeatedly called for the UK government to follow Scotland's lead and bring in supervised quarantine for all arrivals to the UK to prevent the spread of COVID-19 variants and save lives. But we've been ignored. If the Prime Minister will not listen to us, he should at least listen to the experts who are advising that the best way forward is to implement tougher border controls to stop mutant strains being imported to the UK. Huge numbers of people are still being allowed to enter the UK without the proper public health checks. This is dangerous. The Scottish Government has followed the science and done what it can within its power, but this will not stop new strains coming into Scotland via other parts of the UK. We need Westminster to act. By continuing to ignore expert advice, the Westminster Government is putting Scotland and its recovery at risk. The Prime Minister must stop dithering, heed the calls and bring in a comprehensive system of supervised quarantine for the whole of the UK to stop us going backwards and to save lives. I can't stress this enough. Tougher quarantine restrictions for incoming travellers is a scientifically sound, sensible and overwhelmingly publicly supported option. The UK government must change its position to ensure that importing cases is kept down as we reopen. Given how highly infectious coronavirus is, general antivirus measures may be needed until a sufficient proportion of the population is vaccinated, perhaps 70% or more. It's therefore crucial that unlocking must be data, not date-driven. So I'm somewhat nervous when I hear the PM and ministers use phrases like irreversible roadmap out of lockdown. This doesn't sound data-driven to me and risks repeating previous mistakes. It was the PM's refusal to follow sage advice in September, which delayed lockdown, that allowed the Kent variant to take hold. We must learn from these lessons. Also, businesses and individuals must continue to be helped through the remainder of restrictions. With health measures and COVID restrictions being devolved matters, I stress that while restrictions continue in any part of the UK, support must as well. While I welcome the extension of furlough at the spring budget, it should be continued for as long as it is needed. There must also be sector-specific support for aviation, hospitality and tourism. There is much more I could say on these matters, but time is short and I wish to cover the other motions being considered today. So moving on to the Coronavirus Act, those of us in the SNP have serious concerns about the lack of parliamentary scrutiny of the powers contained in the UK government's Coronavirus Act. And we raised our concerns during the passage of the second reading of the bill. The reviews cannot be a rubber stamping exercise. They must have the teeth to provide meaningful scrutiny, protect human rights and promote public health. It is important that Parliament has its say, so we have stronger regulations in place to tackle the biggest health emergency we have seen in our lifetimes. The government is under huge pressure, but their decisions need the insight and legitimacy of Parliament. And I say this not in an attempt to hamstring the government, but to help it do better. Giving Parliament the ability to scrutinise schedules and measures individually would go a long way towards this. That this is not the case is, in my opinion, simply unacceptable. For example, the SNP support repeal of Schedule 21, which contains very broad police detention powers, which have clearly proven problematic. With Schedule 21 having been used for 246 prosecutions, every single one of which was found unlawful by the CPS, this is as unprecedented as it is unacceptable. I would like to point out that Scottish police have not used Schedule 21 powers in Scotland, and alternative laws could be used in lieu of this schedule. Whereas the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020 contains a range of measures to ensure scrutiny of Scottish Government decisions, including the publishing of 2 monthly reports to the Scottish Parliament and all Scottish statutory instruments made for a reason relating to coronavirus. Also, where possible, provisions in the Scottish coronavirus legislation have been suspended or expired when they have either fulfilled their purpose or the Scottish Government has listened to the compelling views supporting change. The UK Government should consider how similar scrutiny and accountability processes can be introduced in this House. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are not out of the pandemic yet. It will be with us for some time to come, although I think it fair to say that we are on the road out of lockdown. But we have to get this right, so more needs to be done to restore public trust in the handling of issues like COVID contracts and in the security of powers contained in the Act. There needs to be reassurance that errors over timing of lockdowns will not occur again. But above everything else, we need to act now to stop new strains coming into the country. So I urge the Government to think again on measures at the borders. Thank you.
Sir Charles Walker.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as sure as eggs are eggs, we will be back here in 6 months at the end of September being asked to renew this legislation again. It is inevitable. And anyone who thinks it's not inevitable is deluding themselves. But tonight, or this afternoon, I'm not here to talk about eggs, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to talk about milk. Because in the remaining days of this lockdown, I am going to allow myself an act of defiance, my own protest that others may join me in. I am going to protest about the price of milk, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'm not sure whether I think the price is too high or the price is too low. I shall come to that decision later. But for the next few days, I am going to walk around London with a pint of milk on my person, because that pint will represent my protest. And there may be others who will choose to walk around London with a pint of milk on their person as well. And perhaps as we walk past each other in the street, our eyes might meet, we might even stop for a chat. But I was thinking to myself, and I will continue to think to myself, what will their pint of milk represent? What will their protests be? Perhaps they will be protesting the roaring back of a mental health demon brought on by lockdown. Perhaps they will be protesting a renewed battle with anorexia, with depression, with anxiety, with addiction. Perhaps with their pint of milk they will be protesting the lack of agency in their life, not being able to make a meaningful decision. Maybe a loss of career or job or business. Maybe they will be protesting this country's slide into authoritarianism, or perhaps they'll be protesting the fact that we allow unelected officials to have lecterns at number 10 to lecture us how to live our lives. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there might even be people with their pint of milk quietly protesting that the route out of lockdown is too slow, or perhaps even too fast. You see, the point is, Madam Deputy Speaker, these people can project what they like, what concern they have, onto their pint of milk. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, my protest, as I said, will be about none of those things. It will simply be about the price of milk. And as I said, for the next few days, I will have that pint on me. It will be of symbolic importance to me. And at the end of the day, it will be warm, it will have suppurated, and I can choose whether to drink it or pour it away, because it will be robbed of its refreshing elegance by the time it's been in my pocket for 12 hours. And if I pour it away, that might cause people some concern, but it doesn't matter, because it's my pint of milk and it's my protest. And I'm not seeking people's acclaim, endorsement or support in my protest. And you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, I heard and I listened. I heard and I listened to my honourable friend. This will pass. My protest will pass. The pandemic will pass, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in years to come, I will be sitting at my kitchen table, perhaps with my wife, and hopefully my children who'll still want to see me. And I will break away from our excited conversation about the day, because I will spot that pint of milk on the table. And that pint shall remind me, that the act of protest is a freedom a freedom, Madam Deputy Speaker, not a right. And unless you cherish freedoms every day, unless you fight for freedoms every day, they end up being taken away from you. Thank you.
Graham Stringer.
Pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. On March the 7th in Manchester, there was a demonstration, not about milk, Madam Deputy Speaker, but about the pay of NHS staff. Karen Reisman, a political opponent of mine at general elections, was arrested and served a fine of £10,000. That is an extraordinary attack on civil liberties. The small group of people there was socially distanced. Professor Woolhouse has told the Science and Technology Committee, well, no risk is zero. The risk of catching coronavirus, COVID-19, in the open air is minimal. We need to stop these restrictions now. It's one of the reasons I won't be voting for the government's proposals. The second point I want to make is about the government's statement that they believe in data, not dates. That's a curious thing for them to say, because when you look at what they say, there's no data there. There are dates, lots of dates through it, and when we have asked ministers, when we have asked scientists, how can we as parliamentarians check the data that things are going well or badly so that we can ask for it to be speeded up, there are no information is given to us. Quite simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a slogan, and the government should be telling us what level of admission into intensive care, what level of infections, what level of hospital admissions, what level of vaccinations could lead to us being free earlier than that. It's another reason I won't be voting for the proposals before us. They're not giving members of Parliament the tools that they need to deal with this. The third point I would make, and in some ways it's the most fundamental point, we've only ever been given one side of the story. People have died of COVID, but if you look at what the cancer charities are telling us at the present time, at least 50,000 people they are expecting to die because they weren't tested during the last 12 months, and every area of health service provision has been diminished because of the actions that have been taken on COVID. And I can't get past the point without also making the point that Patrick Vallance has told the Science and Technology Committee. If we'd had the same level of intensive care facilities that they have in Germany and France, about 5 times the level we've got, many of those other services would have been able to be provided. We have lost jobs, school children for the rest of their lives, hopefully not, but I think it is the case, will suffer because of what has been done to protect people. So I can't support what the government's proposing. The big reason behind it, I suppose, is governments can get a taste for authoritarianism and for large powers. I don't want them to get a taste for this. I want this to be the end of it. I'd like it to be the end of it today, or in 6 months, or on June the 21st. I think it's unlikely to be, but I don't want this or any other government to think that we should give these powers to a government ever again.
Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Blakely and Broughton. I originally put in to speak in this debate because of the procedural motions. I actually expected there would be a separate debate on the procedural motions, and therefore I was expecting, as the Chair of the Procedure Committee, to make some comments. But as there is other things to debate, I will mention some other things. But on the procedural motions, the motions that have been tabled are in line with the report issued by my committee. I do have to point out that there was a division in the committee, and it was a majority view of the committee, but not entire committee wanted to see the motions in the way that they are tabled today. But that is what the committee decided, and I'm pleased that the government has acted on that. Some may think it is odd that they are the only motions we're debating today that actually end on the 21st of June, but I will come on to those comments later. I would also make the point, and I hope the Treasury bench will listen, perhaps at the whip's end of the Treasury bench, that yesterday in the Liaison Committee, the Prime Minister did commit to a debate in the future so that we can consider whether there are some of the procedural things that we've been doing over the last 12 months we might want to continue into the future, or other procedural changes that we may wish to make, and the Prime Minister committed that a debate should happen. In the remaining 2 and a bit minutes I've got, let me go on to the main event of the day. First of all, if I could make the point that when we pass laws in this place, they are the law of the land. We cannot say we don't want them to be enforced. We cannot say that we'd like them to be ignored. We expect law enforcement and others to enforce the laws that we pass. And the difficulty with these laws is that I feel that they are contrary to the way that we have laws normally. Normally, under the common law system, one is free to do whatever one wishes unless the law says otherwise. These laws are Napoleonic. They give us permission to do certain things. They say we can do nothing unless we have permission to do them. That means it has led to enormous confusion, enormous difficulty for people. It has meant that the interpretation of these rules has been very, very difficult for all of us. I will just say that while I understand we have to have the rules in place, and perhaps in a pandemic it's impossible to do them any other way, we should not be critical of those that enforce the rules that we make in this place if we don't like the way they're enforced. Secondly, let me talk about the amount of time we have for debate. 3.5 hours for a debate on these topics is simply not enough. It is easy to see by the length of the call list just how many members want to take part. And may I say to my honourable friend the Minister, the government shouldn't be frightened of amendments, because if amendments are put forward and the government cannot find a good reason to say no to the amendment that has the support of the majority of this House, the amendment is probably a good amendment. And I would just suggest that maybe the government should think about more time for debate and more opportunities to amend, because I don't agree with every single thing in these measures. But I will support the government today. The Secretary of State's opening remarks were very conciliatory and they set out very clearly the direction of travel, and I will therefore support the government. But if I can make the final point about managing public expectation. I had my vaccine on Saturday, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was one of the large number of people. And one of the volunteers in my vaccine centre said to me, now you've had the vaccine, you can vote against these stupid restrictions. People are expecting that these restrictions will end. They are queuing up in droves to get their vaccine because that is the end of these lockdowns. This is the passport out of the pandemic. The government needs to make that happen.
Video link to Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A year ago, the House gave the government unprecedented powers to curtail and limit economic activity and our normal liberties, and placed huge responsibilities on our public services to deliver us from the dangers of the pandemic. A year later, we're not properly scrutinising this legislation. We're not apparently debating any amendments to it. We're given a take it or leave it approach from the government, unacceptable in any democracy. Earlier this week, the renowned human rights group Liberty produced a very good document which suggested a better alternative way of approaching this. And my great friend, the member for Brent Central, introduced it earlier this week as a bill to this House. Madam Deputy Speaker, I represent a densely populated inner urban constituency. My local authority, Islington Council, my local hospital, the Whittington Hospital, and others have performed wonders during the past year. Wonders in supporting people going through the desperately difficult time. Volunteers through mutual aid groups have done fantastic work. They've organised and run food banks very efficiently and given mental health support and supported our NHS workers. They are the very best of our society. But I have to say, the effects of lockdown are not even across the whole country. If you live in a good quality suburban house with a garden, with plenty of space, working at home is difficult, but it's not the end of the world. If you've got space for your children to study, it's okay, but not great because they ought to be in school. We understand that. But if you are a family of 3 or 4 children living in a 1 or 2 bedroom flat with no balcony, with no open space, insufficient computer access, and insufficient income coming in because of this corona crisis, it is a very, very different story indeed. They are the ones that are underachieving in school. They're the ones going through a mental health crisis. And sadly, that has led to an increase in domestic violence. I've raised these matters before during debates and questions on this. But overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's record through this pandemic has been lamentable. They didn't take seriously what the World Health Organization was telling them in January of last year, 15 months ago. Their levels of incompetence over the provision of PPE and the handing out of massive contracts to the private sector for failed track and trace do not inspire confidence. We say well done to the scientists who developed the vaccines and those that are administering the vaccine program as we speak. But why are the patents for these medicines, these vaccines, going to continue to be held by the private sector when the public have invested so much in them? Why are the poorest people in the poorest parts of the world not getting any access to these vaccines at all? And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, we should review this situation. It's brought out the best and the worst of our society. Healthcare workers and others now rewarded with a pay cut as a result of this. We need instead an approach that increases statutory sick pay, increases universal credit, guarantees decent housing, and recognises those refugees and migrants without access to public funds also need to be protected. Our liberties are at stake in this particular bill. Why on earth couldn't the government at least review Section 21 on the police, the powers of the police to prevent protest and demonstration? Because we need to live in a free society where people can express their wishes. That surely is the very least we can expect from this Parliament and this government. That is why I will not be supporting this legislation when we're invited to vote on it later on today.
Deputy Speaker, what an extraordinary thing, because this evening I imagine myself in the lobbies with the right honourable gentleman who spoke before me, although he'll do it by proxy, I presume, and perhaps more concerningly from my perspective, with the right honourable gentleman who is to follow me after this speech. Now, it is an eccentric thing, I suppose, to talk in this House about beliefs, about fundamental rights, but I think if you can't talk about such esoteric things like that, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the House of Commons, what on earth can you talk about? Except, of course, we've been reduced to the Facebook Commons, the clips and the YouTube of recent times. My right honourable friend, the member for Staffordshire Moorlands, was spot on in her characterisation of the Napoleonic Code under which we now live under, and she was indeed further correct to suggest that UK law tends to say what it is unlawful to do. Indeed, rights, indeed freedoms, are not in the ownership of the state, but are, I believe, innate. The honourable gentleman, the member for Blakely-Broughton, brought to our attention the matter of protest in Manchester, which was an extraordinary situation to have arisen because of poorly drafted law that this House, not in its wisdom, decided to pass. And indeed, I liked his aside about data, not dates. Hope springs eternal. Now, yesterday at the Liaison Committee, a stir was created. It could have been deliberate, and in that the Prime Minister floated the idea of COVID vaccine certification to attend the pub. Now, of course, we should encourage the take-up of the COVID vaccine. What a miraculous achievement and what great foresight the government saw on that particular aspect. And indeed, in the recess week next week, I shall be volunteering as a car park marshal, such is the level of my competence on these matters at one of my local COVID vaccine centres. But I cannot help but think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have a back of the fag packet-esque approach to to this whole question of COVID vaccine certification. But if I could be so bold, Madam Deputy Speaker, and suggest that as the Conservative Party, we might actually think what we believe in as a party, not let ourselves be carried away by a utilitarian urge that seems to have swept across the Treasury bench, leaving very few standing. Now, I will leave the matter there, but on the matter of the Procedure Committee, of which it is an honour for me to serve as a member under the very able chairpersonship of my right honourable friend, the member for Staffordshire Moorlands, that we did indeed produce a report which was indeed subject to, I think, 14 separate divisions. And I had the temerity to table amendments to that particular report. All I would say in ending, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in paragraph 26, we said, we recommend that the House reverts to all aspects of its pre-pandemic practice and procedure. And let us hope the same can be said for our freedoms as citizens too.
Video link to Sir Ed Davey.
Madam Deputy Speaker, renewing the Coronavirus Act is about extra powers for ministers. Powers which have serious implications for people's freedoms, but are not crucial to help the fight against COVID. So, of course, the Liberal Democrats will vote against this bill tonight. We have supported any necessary powers to keep people safe throughout this crisis. Indeed, a year ago, we supported the original coronavirus bill, albeit with a very heavy heart. But while we've sometimes had to accept that such public health actions were needed to preserve people's liberty to survive this pandemic, we have always sounded a Liberal warning. A year ago, in the debate, I said about this bill, the powers must be used only when absolutely necessary during this emergency and not for a moment longer. Experience of the last years shows that many of these powers the government still wants to keep have proved totally unnecessary, including the extraordinary powers for police and immigration officers to detain innocent people, potentially indefinitely. The government itself says such powers haven't been used once in the whole of the pandemic, yet they're still asking MPs to renew them for another 6 months. And these unnecessary powers are causing enormous confusion for police and prosecutors. The Crown Prosecution Service's review reveals that as of the end of February, 252 people had been incorrectly charged under this Act, with not a single person correctly charged. Now, I do welcome that ministers at last accept that a few of the provisions should expire, especially the reduction in people's rights to care. I warned at the second reading last year that these were some of the most alarming provisions in the bill, and we called on the government to remove them last September. I mean, we showed that they were illegal under international law. So I'm glad they're gone. But the government still seems determined to keep most of these unnecessary draconian powers. Indeed, what's disturbing, ministers are now resorting to desperate false arguments to persuade MPs to vote for this motion. Minister said voting it down would end furlough. It won't. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said it was needed for people to carry on volunteering in the NHS. That's not true. This is fake news, and this House shouldn't fall for it. Now, there are some parts of the Act that are needed, but that's not justification for renewing all these sweeping and intrusive powers for another 6 months, not least because there's an alternative. Liberty has published a Protect Everyone bill to replace the Coronavirus Act. It contains the laws necessary to protect both public health and human rights. That's the law we should be debating, as our amendment calls for. Conservative ministers are asking for a blank cheque for another 6 months. So I really hope that Conservative backbenchers and indeed Labour and SNP colleagues and others across the House will do what the Liberal Democrats are going to do, and that's not support this bill. We will vote against this motion. And I hope Conservative ministers go away and think again and put liberty first.
Video link to Jeremy Wright.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This debate is not about the government's response to COVID-19 so far, but about what we do next. And the most significant shift in the situation we face today is, of course, the success of the vaccination programme, for which all involved deserve credit. But my concern is that the logic of that success has not found its way into the approach to lifting COVID-related restrictions on our daily lives. Before significant progress was made on vaccination, the primary driver in our response to the virus was to prevent or to minimize transmission. And that was clearly right when transmission in any part of society was likely to lead to the infection, hospitalization, or death of those most vulnerable to the virus. But the government has, rightly in my view, prioritized those most clinically vulnerable in the vaccine rollout, meaning that by the end of April, those accounting for 99% of mortality from the virus will have received at least one dose. Now, we know that the vaccine is effective, and we know that take-up is very high among vulnerable groups, as the Secretary of State confirmed earlier. So by the end of April, we know that the level of protection given to those most likely to die or be hospitalized by this virus will be very extensive. We know too that those remaining unvaccinated will overwhelmingly be younger and less vulnerable to that virus, and that around a third of the population will have no symptoms of infection, meaning that if they've had the virus, they may already have antibodies, and if they haven't, that they will not be ill. So all of this taken together must mean that the overall risks of death and hospitalization are much lower than they were, and that is surely the most important consideration. Pre-vaccine, those risks clearly outweighed the risks to our mental health, to our general welfare, and to our livelihoods, which come from extensive restrictions to our liberties. But in quantifying those risks for May or June of this year in a substantially vaccinated Britain, how different are they likely to be to the risks posed by other illnesses like flu, or even other causes of death like road traffic accidents, in response to which we do not seek to impose even the restrictions scheduled for the later stages of the government's roadmap? And if, Madam Deputy Speaker, we were considering not the continuation of restrictions today, but their initiation, would we consider those restrictions justified? I'm not convinced that we would. We have never run our lives or our country on the basis that no risk is acceptable. We've always balanced risks, and we have to do so again here. And the truth is that the risks of reopening too slowly are not negligible. Removing restrictions in June and not in May means weeks more misery for those who found these restrictions particularly hard, and for businesses, including hospitality and tourism businesses, for whom this is an important part of the year. Now, I do not think that we should remove all restrictions in the next 21 days, and I will vote accordingly. But I do think that we should combine steps 3 and 4 of the government's roadmap and remove almost all restrictions in May. An entirely precautionary approach is simply not feasible here. We know COVID will be with us for some time, perhaps indefinitely, and we cannot respond to that with indefinite restrictions, any more than we would or do in response to the risk of other diseases. So although, Madam Deputy Speaker, I support much of what the government has done and is doing in response to the pandemic, I cannot support the continuation of damaging restrictions any longer than I consider they are necessary, which I'm afraid is less than the government propose in these regulations.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, 1 year ago, the government's Coronavirus Act was passed to address an unfolding emergency in the UK. It was an unknown situation, and we understandably rushed through extraordinary provisions without line-by-line scrutiny. But that was a year ago. Look how much we've all learnt about viruses, mutations, vaccinations. So why are we still voting through an old bit of legislation? This Act is a blanket of draconian powers that this government has wrapped itself in. Last October, we were told that there wasn't enough time to write a new bill. Well, that's simply not true, is it? We would have 21 days to write a new bill and present it to Parliament. And we won't lose anything like the furlough scheme that we've heard before. And in fact, most of the things that we've used has come under other bits of legislation. And there's no need to panic about writing a new bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, because as yesterday, I tabled a coronavirus number 2 bill to the House, which the Prime Minister has agreed to read and to respond to me. May I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's oven ready. In fact, it's not just oven ready, it's baked and it's ready to eat. And the thing is this, it's a shame we won't be able to discuss it today because we won't have time. But the signatories of this bill, because it is cross-party, they are willing to discuss the bill with everybody, to take amendments, because this bill is based on lessons learned and the science. And I need to put on record my sincere thanks to Liberty, because without them we wouldn't have this bill. And it is a really good bill. Liberty's Protecting Everyone's paper is a compelling read which outlines the society we could build as we emerge from this pandemic. Parliament is today voting on a piece of legislation that has failed us on so many different levels, even though the Minister today has decided that they're going to expose and get rid of some of the bits of legislation. It's not good enough. That's Parliament's job. And worryingly, through cronyism, we are seeing the greatest transfer of wealth from ordinary working people and independent businesses into the hands of corporations and multi-millionaires, some old and some newly made. And all at a time when those most vulnerable, those most in need of help, those most in need of support and praise, like the NHS, have been left out in the cold. That's why I'm proposing a new approach, one that is more in line with where we are now and where we are going. In fact, most of the powers, as I've said, that have been used to enforce coronavirus rules have been, and have seen their origins in other legislation. Less than 5% are from this Act. So this Act is quite literally not fit for purpose. That's why we need a coronavirus number 2 bill. It protects disabled people, it ensures proper sick pay so that people don't have to choose between isolating, staying or spreading the virus or staying at home. It protects those in rented accommodation. It's an efficient bill. And it's sad that it has been said that nobody's safe until everybody's safe. So let's make everybody safe. We don't have to cling to this draconian blanket of a bill just because it's there. My plea to Parliament is, let's take back control. Let's vote against this bill. And my plea to the country is, let's stop allowing this government to gaslight us. Let's show the government that we care, that we want to build better coming from this pandemic. Parliament has a chance today, and the country will have a chance and an opportunity on the 6th of May to take back control when they vote Labour at the ballot box. 126,000 lives of loved ones have been lost due to this pandemic. If we can't learn the lessons from this, Madam Deputy Speaker, when will we learn the lessons?
Swain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the habit of inhumane policy soon trickles down to the servants of the state. A constituent of mine this morning, undergoing a miscarriage, was denied the company of her husband. I have sent the details to the Secretary of State. Tyranny is a habit, and the motions on the order paper this evening show that we haven't quite kicked the habit. The powers that touch our personal choices and came at such a huge cost remain. And we were told that they were there purely for temporary purposes to deal with the emergency. Well, by any measure, the emergency is over, and the hugely successful vaccination campaign is the guarantee against its return. And yet, on the order paper tonight, the government seeks to retain those powers to control aspects of our life, together with the punishment regime for those who disobey. Now, those of us who can spot the trajectory will have seen yesterday that after months of denial, now indeed it will be the case that you will have to provide your vaccination bona fides when you go to the pub. And those people who are teetotal imagine that they might be spared that intrusion and inconvenience can dream on, because undoubtedly this will be extended to restaurants, theatres, sporting venues, and so proceeding to total social control. Did it ever occur to ministers that they might actually incentivise vaccination? Carrot, not stick. Undoubtedly, it didn't, because they can't kick the habit. They are wedded to the stick. So let there be no wringing of hands by members of Parliament who vote for oppressive legislation and then wail with indignation when the police actually enforce it. So when families are fined thousands of pounds for staying over together at Easter, we will know that it was because this House willed it so. So those people, those honourable members, wishing for these measures to pass tonight should reflect clearly on exactly what it is they wish for.
Number 14 is withdrawn, so we go to Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It gives me an opportunity to reply, I suppose, to my honourable friend who's just spoken, with a rather different take, because I think many people seem to be seized of the idea that the vaccination programme has already freed us and that we are entitled to take back those freedoms now. And I just want to challenge that the threat of a third wave exists. In fact, there will be a third wave. It's just a question of how large it's going to be. And the only thing that will constrain it is to ask what proportion of the population are actually going to be resistant. Now, if we have 85% take-up in half the population at the moment, and the vaccines are on average 85% effective, it means there's only 72% of half the population that's got immunity. And the Secretary of State referred to the PHE advice, which is based on very fresh data, I hasten to add, which bears out the most recent imperial modelling that was done, which shows that even if all the restrictions are not lifted until July, there is still a danger of a third wave. And if the restrictions were lifted, say, at the end of April, there would be a dramatic rise in the number of hospitalisations.
Will my honourable friend...
I'd certainly give way to him.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I read with great care his article on Conservative Home this morning. He refers to the modelling that Imperial and Warwick did. I went through that in some detail, but the problem is the assumptions that they made, and I went through every single assumption, all overly pessimistic when you compare it to the actuality. That's why I asked the Secretary of State to redo that modelling, because if you did so, I think you would come to a much more optimistic conclusion than my right honourable friend has reached.
I'm perfectly prepared to accept that it is a worst-case scenario, but we are dealing with projections which are based on a great deal of speculation, and they don't take account of the possibility of the new variants. And I rather share the concern that's been expressed by some in this debate already, that we need the restrictions on people coming into this country, particularly from the continent, and indeed that there should be more testing of people coming. And I'm sure the government will want to implement those measures if it possibly can. It's rather easier to call for them to implement them without causing a great deal of disruption. And very briefly, I just want to touch on the continuation of our vaccination programme, because obviously one of the risks that we now need to factor in is that the rate of vaccination is going to slow, and particularly the rate of first doses is going to slow, because now the vaccination programme has got to cope with the very large quantity of second doses. And so the restrictions on the vaccination supply means that the number of first doses is perhaps going to reduce to 50,000 a week, as little as that during some of the days of coming April. So the vaccination programme is something to be slower. That doesn't rule out, in my view, that we should adopt a generous attitude towards our European friends, that however much they may be casting around for blame and trying to salvage their reputation from the failure of their own vaccine programmes, we can draw comfort at the fact that they are resorting to possible bans and blockades because they have no contractual obligations to enforce upon AstraZeneca. it's a misunderstanding of the difference between contracts which give you rights over stock, which exists, or contracts that give you right over the flow of production, which is creating stock that doesn't yet exist. The fact is we are at the front of the queue. But I think that the United Kingdom should seek to be generous and to avoid this vaccine nationalism, even if it means giving up some of the flow of our vaccine, though it is understood that there are actually some very large quantities of vaccine in the European Union that are not being used. And the fact they've trashed the reputation of the AstraZeneca vaccine, I think is most unfortunate, and while understandable in psychological terms, is unforgivable in public health terms. And finally, just on the issue of lifting COVID restrictions in Parliament, I perhaps should congratulate my honourable friend, he's gone, the member for the chairman of the Public Administration Constitution Affairs Committee, who cobbled together a majority in the Procedure Committee to get what he wanted on the committee's report. But I would suggest that in the end it's a matter for the whole House, what the procedures are of this House. And there are things to learn, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, that will make this House more equal, fairer to people who are sick, fairer to people who have caring responsibilities, and perhaps take the pressure off the shortage of time we have, because we don't want too many late nights, because I think some of our debates have got too short and speeches have got too short. And if those who had to be away could have proxy votes, maybe we could have longer debates, better discussion and better scrutiny of legislation, as well as a House that is more attractive for women to stay in and take part in.
Order. I do need to point out that whilst when we're on a time limit, if colleagues take interventions, it would be helpful to stick to the 4-minute time limit, because we simply will not get everybody in. And the colleagues are in the chamber who may not be able to get in if they do not stick to the time limit, which would be a shame. Video link to Richard Bergen.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will vote against this bill today. The response of this government has been one of the worst in the world, one of the world's highest death rates, one of the world's deepest economic downturns, one where contracts that line the pockets of political contacts were given a greater priority than investing in public health measures that could have saved lives and livelihoods. Some on the benches opposite will vote against their government today. I share nothing with their extremist views on how to respond to this health crisis. And regardless of any tactical splits in the party opposite, the common thread between them has been an ideology that put profit before health. That's why we closed down too late. That's why we opened up too early, repeatedly. For months, I've called on the government to implement an alternative strategy alongside the vaccine to drive the virus down to very low levels, as other countries have successfully done with a maximum suppression or zero COVID strategy. This remains essential if we are to prevent dangerous mutations that render the vaccine less effective. But any COVID strategy will only be effective if there's proper economic support for those affected. Yet 1 year after lockdown began, the government still refuses to provide sick pay at levels that cover real living costs. And it's simply unacceptable that many of the lowest paid workers on furlough are still being expected to live on less than the minimum wage. This can't go on for months more. And this is not just about social justice, but about public health. COVID deaths have been over twice as high in the most deprived communities as in the better off, and lower paid workers are much more likely to die from COVID. I'm increasingly fearful that this is becoming a disease of the poor. Urgent action is needed to ensure that it doesn't. People have been brilliant throughout this whole crisis, looking after each other and respecting the lockdown rules. It's the government that has failed. And while the government continues to fail to put in place proper sick pay to those that need to self-isolate, a decent minimum income floor, and other measures that deal with the deepening social crises that people in our communities face, I cannot support extending the government's Coronavirus Act for 6 months more. I will vote against this act, and the government should bring back a better act, one that protects civil liberties and one that tackles both the public health and social crises.
Steve Brown.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me just say I welcome motion number 5 in the name of the Leader of the House. It's high time the House of Commons took back some control. And I expect the House of Commons Commission to follow the lead and move in lockstep with the roadmap for everything else here when it comes to it. Turning to the roadmap, I welcomed it in the House when it was published last month, and I will support the regulations today because it is a route out of it. It's a route out of it that I called for. I think it would be churlish to not. I haven't changed my view that it's too cumbersome in parts. It is. I don't think it shows enough belief in vaccines, which must give us immunity from COVID at the same time as giving us immunity from the restrictions on our lives. Otherwise, what is the point? I haven't changed my view that I think it unfairly singles out hospitality as the villain. For instance, opening all retail and personal care businesses on the 12th of April, which the Prime Minister says is a date that's looking good, yet ensuring Winchester's pubs and restaurants can't open in any truly profitable way until the 17th of May at the earliest. Now, I asked the Prime Minister on the 22nd of February why, after all the good work they did last year to create COVID-secure environments, restaurants and cafes face another 3 months, and it's still 7 weeks from today, before they can open in any meaningful way. And so again, I asked the front bench today, given we're putting the roadmap into law, what is the evidence the government has seen that has convinced them to make that decision? It is, let's remember, data, not dates. Turning to the Coronavirus Act, I've been through the 1-year report on the provisions of the Act, and I thank the team for it. I note and I welcome the parts that ministers are retiring, such as Section 8 around emergency volunteering leave, Section 24, which gives the state crazy provision to retain fingerprints and DNA profiles of my constituents. I think there are other sections, Section 14 as an example, which allows the NHS not to comply with the requirement to carry on continuing healthcare assessments, which could be expired, given we are nowhere near last resort territory and the NHS is clearly not at risk of being overwhelmed. There are many others. I dislike intently Schedules 21 and 22 in particular, which is very sinister, and would have gladly supported the amendment to remove it in the name of my honourable friend from Wickham had it been allowed. Generally, though, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're in danger of conflating the regs, the roadmap out of lockdown, with the Act. They're not the same, and one can happen without the other. The real action, if you ask me, centres around the 4 reviews into social distancing, COVID status certification and international travel, the main 3. But ahead of today, I checked in with my local NHS and the 2 main professional bodies impacted by the emergency registration of nurses, for instance, and they tell me they are still needed. I can't deny that they've said that. I checked in with the legal beagles, and I can see the importance given the backlog of the live links and criminal proceedings of our court system. So I think we're rather hoisted by our own petard, if I'm honest, on the renewal of this Act. 6 months is way too long. It doesn't fit the roadmap, but that's what the Act says. And those of us who are involved in drafting it have to take our share of responsibility for that. So it's take it or leave it territory. And leave it would have consequences too, even if it left behind some parts of the Act that I've said I don't like. There is no perfect here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I can't, in all good sense, allow this to be a binary good versus evil choice, as so ridiculously set out, making a rare appearance by the leader of the Liberal Democrats. It's not. Government should deliver on its roadmap. It should keep on retiring parts of the Act, which it can do on the 2-monthly schedule, and make very damn sure that we are not back here in 6 months' time, because I think they'll get a very different answer from this House of Commons.
Yeah, well done.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Linlithgow and East Falkirk. I think he made some very important points, particularly around what we do and don't do to tackle importing variants from overseas and the chance that that has to undermine some of the efforts that we're already taking here and the success of the vaccine programme. Unlike him, I've not been lucky enough yet to have my blue envelope. I think I sadly have some time still to wait on that, which in other senses I suppose should be a positive, but I'm happy to do so in full knowledge that that is being rolled out to those who really need it, and I think the success there has to be very much welcomed across the board. What I would like to focus on for much of my time is the focus we need to have on the virtual proceedings. I acknowledge the comments from the Honourable Member for Hazel Grove that the Procedure Committee recently published a report by majority view that it wants to return to absolute normal as soon as possible. However, it was a majority view, it wasn't unanimous, and there are a number of views on that committee who would like to see what can be done to consider what positives we can take from. And I certainly welcome the comments from Right Honourable Member for Staffordshire Moorlands in relation to comments by the Prime Minister that that will be looked at, and certainly that backs up comments previously made to the committee by the Leader of the House, because I think there are some positives that we can take forward from the virtual participation in proceedings, things like the pass readers. These are simple measures that actually have benefited a lot of the work that goes on here. I think it is important to highlight the fact that there has been a distinct lack of opportunity for this House to debate a lot of these processes. I think too often it's been an all or nothing motion where it's a take it or leave it. If you want to have any participation virtually at all, you need to accept what's there, and there's not been the opportunity to debate, to amend and to consider what else would be possible. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think there is perhaps an opportunity going forward, and I appreciate there's no amendments being taken today, but perhaps the Minister will take account of my ministerial interests emergency powers bill. This isn't a provision that would put in place any restriction on the ability of the government to act quickly when appointing contracts for any issues related to the pandemic, but what it would do would be put in place a mechanism by which, where there was a connection, some of these issues that have been highlighted in the press, where that is the case, that there would, after the event, be an opportunity for Parliament to scrutinise, question and make sure that full transparency was available, so that this House could have absolute confidence that those contracts had been awarded in an appropriate manner. It doesn't slow anything down, and if the government's got nothing to fear, they've got nothing to hide. So, with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
To Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And a year after the lockdown, can I begin by thanking those in my own constituency of North Somerset, of course, the core workers that we recognise so often in the NHS and in education, but also those on the supermarket tills, those public sector transport workers, those who have been delivering to our homes and have kept our lives going and don't always get the mention that I think they deserve. The community groups and the volunteers who silently and often invisibly manage to keep our communities afloat. And above all else, the men, women and children in all our constituencies who've forgone the basic human pleasures of families and friends to make sacrifices to keep the rest of us safe. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, very unlike the selfish, reckless and self-indulgent individuals who were rioting close to my constituency in Bristol last weekend. I would be dishonest, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I didn't say that I resent having to vote for a 6-month extension to these rules today, given that they are out of step with the lockdown path that has been set out by the government. But I also accept that we have no alternative, given the legislative position in which we find ourselves, and therefore will support the government today. But when we look back on how we have handled this, including the legislative elements, I think that we need to ensure, because this will, or a similar situation will happen again in the future, that we do not allow such long time periods for the government to hold emergency powers without the House of Commons being able to review them on a regular basis. I think having a 6-month period where government is able to do that is out of step with our constitutional conventions in this country. It is certainly out of step with what I regard as the principles of conservatism, when government is allowed to have that leeway. So I hope that we will see that change. Now, there's a lot of talk, Madam Deputy Speaker, today about the concept of passports. I want to say something very briefly about that. First of all, we're all used to having, in international travel, the concept that you cannot cross a border without having immunisation. That is a perfectly reasonable thing for any country, including the United Kingdom, to want to do. It's when it comes to domestic issues that I think there is a real problem. Where the government were to try to compel individuals to carry some proof of either immunity through vaccine or a negative test, I think that would be completely unacceptable in a country where civil liberties are held so highly and so prized. I think, however, we as Conservatives should be very careful not to constrain the private sector in how they choose what customers they have. If they choose to have particular customers in particular ways, whether they're airlines or pubs, that is up to them. And again, I would not like to see a Conservative government intervene in the freedom of the private sector to choose the customers that they have. We can't pick and choose which freedoms we choose to protect and which ones we choose to apply. Very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say something about this concept of third wave. It's not a third wave, it's a continuing wave. In any population that doesn't have immunity to a particular pathogen, it will continue to spread until either the community immunity increases through vaccine or because of recovery from infection. And we have got to ensure that we do better globally. We have not done well as a global community on this pandemic. We've got mRNA technology, which should make it much quicker for us to deal with any emerging pathogens, and yet we have a global pandemic disaster on our hands. And we have to recognise that if we're going to do better in the future, we have to have global protocols. And you can't have global protocols if you don't have global metrics. We can't even decide exactly how to measure the number of people who've died from the pandemic. We have a long way to go. And when we look at how we've handled it, we need to look at how we've handled it as an international community. A global pandemic requires global solutions.
El Ribeiro Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week marks 1 year since the first UK lockdown. My thoughts and prayers this week are with the loved ones of the almost 130,000 people who have lost their lives since then. It's also a year since the government was given an unprecedented set of extraordinary powers via the Coronavirus Act. And I would add that this was not done with a recorded vote. The only possible justification for giving the government the powers outlined under the Act is to keep us safe. But this government has presided over the worst coronavirus death toll in Europe and the worst economic recession since records began, so that clearly has not worked. Many of the measures have barely been used, as the Secretary of State admitted himself today. Even worse, a year on, with all the experience we now have of dealing with the virus and its ramifications, members of Parliament are not given the opportunity to scrutinise or amend measures that would better serve our constituents who continue to suffer. It seems because this Act is not about safety or support, it doesn't even adhere to our equalities law, it's yet another means of consolidating power in an ever-failing executive. And the Secretary of State actually proved that when he announced today that the government was suspending a number of measures in this Act. Whilst I believe the Secretary of State thought this announcement would appease those with concerns like me, all I heard is that whilst democratically elected members of this House can only vote yes or no, the government can do whatever it likes. No checks, no balances, no scrutiny. This government's majority does not give them the right to run roughshod over our democracy and prevent members from representing their constituents. And I would argue that perhaps if alternative measures were permitted before this House, the party opposite might find the numbers in their lobby dwindling as MPs decide to vote with the best interests of their constituents. This Act is not the best we can do by this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, last March, when the Act was introduced, human rights organisations warned that the powers it contained were loosely drafted, giving too much discretion to the Home Secretary and too much room for confusion. The vigil in my constituency to remember Sarah Everard showed us exactly what this meant. The decision to stop women from exercising their civil liberties to express their anger and grief and actually leaving everyone less safe. The police should never have been in a position to do this, but they cited this Act as their legal right to do so. It has also been used to fine nurses protesting the disgraceful 1% pay rise and GMB workers picketing the disgraceful fire and rehire practices. It's not irresponsible or unreasonable to vote against this Act today. It's, as some might say, a vote against measures that were not going to keep us more safe. It's actually a demand for measures that will protect us all. The first time this Act was passed, it was done in 1 day. Voting this Act down gives us 21 days. We do have time. And this is why I was pleased to support Liberty's Protect Everyone Bill, the alternative coronavirus bill, laid down by my honourable friend, the member for Brent Central. There is an alternative, and I'll be voting against this Act renewal tonight to give us the opportunity to realise that. Thank you.
Steve Baker.
Speaker, I refer to the declarations I've made relating to support for the COVID recovery group. There are people out there who are absolutely, absolutely furious. And they're furious because of the great harms and losses that they've suffered. My honourable friend for Broxbourne mentioned his pint of milk protest, which has already attracted the interest of sketch writers. But he reminded me But I learned recently from our NFU that in our area, which is South Bucks and Middlesex, if I recall correctly, 3 dairy herds have been lost because of the closure of hospitality. That's reduced the supply for their products. 3 dairy herds lost, with all the livelihoods that go with them, with all the well-being effects on the farms. I remember I wish to honour the 302 people who've died in Wickham district, a district a little larger than my constituency. And of course we need to remember with humility that people have died from this disease. But we also need to look to the future and remember the harms caused by the response to coronavirus, well-being, economic harms from lockdowns and restrictions. We need to be very careful to categorise the causes of those harms very carefully. But I have to say, according to the Guido Fawkes website today, polling by Yonder for the recovery campaign reveals that the government's pandemic advertising has had a shocking impact on the mental health of the nation. Over 15% of respondents reported depression, anxiety or fear as a direct result of government pandemic advertising. That's equivalent to over 8 million people. I know every minister and every member of this House wishes to improve the mental health of the nation. But I'm afraid the indications are that one of the best ways we could improve the nation's mental health right now would be to cease this terrifying advertising and say to the public there's great news, the vaccines are working. Great news, and just stop the advertising, stop terrifying people, treat them like adults, ask them to comply, but to comply while we get that vaccine rolled out and save lives. I turn then to the STEPS regulations. The reality is these proposals will pass tonight. I think the House has already heard an excellent case for voting against. I have to say that I've paid great attention to my great friend Dr. Raghib Ali, an epidemiologist and acute medicine consultant in my constituency, who's written out on Conservative Homes saying why we should unite around these STEPS regulations. There are proposals in there which I would not be willing to vote for, but I very much hope that today the House will choose not to divide over these regulations. They are a path to freedom, and my goodness, we do need one. But what I would say to the government is please, please do look at the work of Professor Paul Dolan at the LSE. He and I have spoken about something called situational blindness. However well-intentioned and skillful professionals are who have formed these policies, I fear they're rather like all of us. Insecure employment, indecent housing, perhaps with gardens and a view. Many, many other people out there affected by these rules aren't, haven't been, and won't be. There's a great deal else to be said. Schedule 21 of the Coronavirus Act has this 100% record of failure, which has been well articulated. I regret my amendment couldn't be called. I would have hoped that everyone who's spoken against Schedule 21 would have voted for it. I think it would have gone through. I unfortunately will have to vote against the government tonight in order to protest Schedule 21 and also Schedule 22, which has never been used and which is therefore redundant. They should certainly be removed. The Act is extreme, unnecessary and disproportionate. I don't have time to go through why, and for that reason I shall vote against. I think it's absolutely imperative as we go forward that we get this House of Commons back. We should get it back in line with the STEPS programme, but one thing we must not do is exempt ourselves from the inconvenience suffered by the public.
John Spellan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have to say that if there is a vote tonight, I shall be voting no, because of concerns that the government is still focusing on risk avoidance rather than risk management, when the public wants to get back to normality, and they thought they were going to be getting that with the vaccine rollout. In fact, this is a move away, as far as I see it, from earlier in the pandemic, when there did seem to be a balance of debate inside government between the economic tendency, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the Business Department, and the Health Department. That's a healthy tension because these are real decisions that have to be made. But quite frankly, it seems almost as though the Chancellor of the Exchequer has become invisible and vanished from that debate, and there's only one group inside government who are now driving the debate. And I would have preferred measures to have monthly renewal by Parliament so that they could be considered much more regularly, because the cost to the economy, to the physical and mental health of our nation, has been enormous and is frankly unsustainable. Many parts of the economy, especially in the leisure, hospitality and entertainment industries, are teetering on the brink. Every week, more of them go under. Hundreds of thousands of our fellow citizens are being put on the dole. Many more are fearful they face the same fate, and that particularly is impacting on young people who are not able to get into the labour market. Many small family businesses with their hopes and fears, aspirations have been ruined. Millions of self-employed, as we've heard regularly in this chamber, have been left high and dry. And also, as we've also heard today, their supply industries, long chains of supply industries, are being hit. And at the same time, these are many industries that are part of our attraction to the wider world. And they all need Britain back to work. That's for pubs and clubs and restaurants and cafes, theatres and cinemas, TV and film productions, sporting venues, sports clubs, betting shops, bingo halls, casinos. And this is part of what makes our society, what makes Britain an attractive place to live and work, why people come here. And many of these are being hit incredibly badly. The public want to be back to normal. The member for Staffordshire Moorlands rightly said they got the vaccines thinking that that would be a pathway back to normality. And I have to say, that is why, unlike some, I believe that vaccine passports or certificates may be inevitable, not only for foreign travel, but also here as well. I heard Jonathan Neame on the radio this morning, and he's a man who knows the beer business extremely well. But I don't think he was necessarily facing the real alternatives, which is that the government drag their feet on reopening, and if vaccine passports enable them to open earlier, keeping those businesses open and keeping that whole supply chain going may be something that we have to seriously consider. Now, there's been quite a bit of discussion about variants. Both the Health Secretary and the Shadow Health Secretary mentioned that. And I think it's now generally accepted that coronavirus will be a bit like flu, with regular recurrences, probably each autumn and winter. And I worry that we're going down the path of the EU precautionary principle rather than actually managing that risk and accepting that unless we're going to keep shutting down society, we'll have to work out how to deal with it. As I've said during the course of this pandemic, we need a policy that enables us to coexist with the virus rather than the vain hope we can eliminate it. That's a real challenge, and the question is, can the government rise to it?
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think in our constituencies there is a real fear that the roadmap and the extension of the Coronavirus Act are one and the same thing, and that extending the latter means effectively delaying the former, and that if we support the motion this evening, lockdown restrictions will be extended and freedoms not returned. And I therefore echo concerns of some of my right honourable friends and honourable friends, for example from North East Somerset and Winchester, about today's motions. They are not all ideal, because many of us would prefer the return of full freedoms to coincide with the end of the Coronavirus Act. And the Health Secretary made the case as to why this could not be so, while ending some 12 schedules of the restrictions within the Act. He made the case for the need for the Act to continue. And if we could amend the bill, I would agree with several colleagues that the Schedule 14, for example, for health assessments, and Schedule 1, which gives powers to the police to detain those potentially infectious persons for up to 24 hours, would be prime candidates. In fact, my honourable neighbour here for Wickham pointed out that Schedule 22 has never been used at all, and that would be another candidate. But we have allowed legislation that isn't amendable, and therefore the choice this evening is really whether to support the motion, because there are parts of the Act that have been widely useful: temporary courts, leases treated differently, statutory sick pay, for example, and those do, I believe, require support from all of us. But very briefly, yes, of course.
The reality is that if the government got defeated tonight, they would recall Parliament, they would put the legislation to put the necessary measures through, and therefore they're really erecting a false alternative, aren't they?
Well, I really want to focus this evening, if the Honourable Gentleman will allow me to, on the key messages that I think it's important for us to hear from the government this evening. And when the Minister sums up, perhaps he can allude to them. The first one is that we are still trading on a slogan of protect the NHS. And none of us underestimates the importance of having a fully functioning NHS or the incredible efforts made by all our local NHS trusts. But I believe the time has come to recognise that actually in many of our hospitals there are now fewer people there with coronavirus than would normally be there with flu. That the huge efforts made by our NHS have broadly succeeded in taking, in most cases, certainly in my hospital, the Gloucestershire Royal Hospital, those patients who have been in intensive treatment out of the hospital now. And the time has come to look at the huge backlog of other physical operations that need to happen, of people who've actually been too shy to come forward because they've been frightened of catching the virus just by going to hospital, and the incredible backlog of mental health issues that is only just beginning to surface. Last weekend, the father of a young woman currently working for me dived into the River Severn fully clad in order to save a young woman from drowning. She did not want to be saved. She wanted to commit suicide. And we are in each of our constituencies seeing more cases of this type. And each one of them has a whole ricochet of tragedy attached to it, as the Minister knows well. And therefore I think that whatever the new message is, and I'm not going to try and draft it for the government this evening, I think the message has to be that actually it is now time for all of us, but inevitably particularly the NHS, actually now to look after those who haven't had coronavirus, to swivel our attention, if you like, not completely away from a pandemic that hasn't gone away and will never completely go away, but to recognise how much more needs to be done to protect others in society and give them the chances and the attention to flourish, which of course is where the roadmap comes in. And I still believe that it is an almost impossible task for our police forces to fully implement the requirements of the restrictions that we have laid on them. And I do hope that the government will be able to do more to allow things to open a little bit earlier and give back those freedoms that everybody values so dearly.
Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we could scarcely have imagined a whole year after a strange virus that we knew very little about arrived on our shores, and ministers were able to railroad a 348-page bill through Parliament in 3 days, taking individuals' rights and freedoms away on an unprecedented scale, that we would be standing here being asked to renew those powers yet further still. As my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, has made very clear, the Liberal Democrats will not and cannot support the renewal of the Coronavirus Act today. We will absolutely not give a blank cheque to ministers to continue those draconian powers. But I'd like to turn my attention to the roadmap regulations, which in the main I welcome the fact that the government has finally learnt the hard way, and after 3 lockdowns, 126,000 deaths, of which 84,000 were in the past 6 months alone, and untold damage to people's lives and livelihoods, they've finally learnt that steady as she goes is the key to unlocking safely, as opposed to what happened last summer. Now, however, as the Honourable Member for Leicester East has already pointed out, vaccination alone, as we open up, will not keep the virus under control, especially given the third wave that we're seeing surging in so many European countries. That is a huge threat to us. So tough public health measures at our borders are absolutely critical. Yet the travel ban in these regulations is simply not fit for purpose. I'm appalled that ministers wish to criminalise people for visiting loved ones overseas, yet the Prime Minister's father and friends get a free pass to go and take care of their second homes abroad, because of course second home owners can't possibly bring the virus back into this country, can they? I mean, despite clear scientific advice and international best practice in support of a blanket quarantine for arrivals from all countries, Our system was implemented far too late and is far too leaky to properly protect against new variants being imported that could potentially be vaccine resistant. Criminalising international travel with a £5,000 fine and an exemption for second homeowners exemplifies this government's approach to so many aspects of the pandemic: half-baked, authoritarian, and one rule for them and one rule for us. So alongside vaccination and tougher restrictions at our borders, as we embark on this roadmap out of lockdown, with virus rates inevitably jumping again, breaking chains of transmission will be critical, as indeed the Health Secretary himself said earlier. Yet these regulations do nothing to improve rates of self-isolation. With as many as 20,000 people a day not self-isolating, when will ministers realise that paying people to stay at home and providing practical support for those with dependents and accommodation for those in overcrowded homes is key to boosting self-isolation? So robust quarantine measures at our borders and far better self-isolation must go hand in hand with vaccination in order to gradually and safely open up our economy and society. Neither the far-reaching draconian powers in the Coronavirus Act nor vaccine passports for domestic use, which would create a two-tier society and extra burden for struggling businesses, will achieve this aim. So I implore ministers, our constituents have sacrificed far too much, and our scientists, NHS staff and volunteers have achieved wonders through the vaccine programme. Let's not squander these gains.
Much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me deal with the two fundamental issues we face today, or the choices that we face today. First of all, the government's regulations which implement the roadmap that the Prime Minister set out. Now, I'm not going to vote against those. I'm not going to support them, but I'm not going to vote against them. It would be churlish. They are a roadmap to freedom, and my only quarrel is the pace, not the direction of travel. And I just really go back to what the Secretary of State said. So he was very clear that the government isn't going to be looking at modelling, it's looking at real data. And if you look at hospitalisation data and the dramatic reduction in the number of deaths and the fantastic pace of the vaccination rollout, we've just seen data today showing how fantastic the take-up of the vaccination's been, then it's very clear that we're going to be able to save lives and protect the NHS, not by staying at home, but by the vaccination doing the heavy lifting there. And I just want to pick up a point my honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, made in his speech about the quantity of the population that's been protected. It's absolutely true that we won't have vaccinated everybody by the end of April, but importantly, we will of course have vaccinated groups 1 to 9, who are the groups that account for 99% of the deaths to date and over 80% of the hospitalisation. So whilst we won't have stopped everyone getting COVID, we will have dealt with the problem of significant numbers of people becoming seriously ill, going to hospital, potentially overwhelming the NHS, and significantly large numbers of people dying. And that's why I still maintain, and I think the data is going to increasingly bear this out, that you could safely reopen society more quickly than the 21st of June deadline. And the reason why, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's important is because there is another side to this, which is that there will be jobs that are lost, businesses that fail, and people who find the personal burden incredibly difficult, who don't need to go through that for another 2 months if we were to reopen safely earlier. On the point about the Coronavirus Act and the renewal of the temporary measures, I'm very pleased the Secretary of State confirmed at the dispatch box some of the nonsense we'd been hearing that somehow the furlough scheme would end if we voted against the temporary provisions is nonsense. I said that at the weekend, and I'm glad that the Secretary of State has now confirmed it at the dispatch box. But the problem is, and I accept that there's a choice here, there are some measures the government wants to take forward that are very sensible, which I support, but there are many measures in that Act which I think are egregious and are absolutely not supported. And given that we have an up or down vote, we don't have any ability to amend, you have to balance these things. And for me, I'm going to vote against the renewal of those temporary provisions because I think the measures that the government wants to take forward are sufficiently bad and unwarranted that they don't deserve to continue. And if, it's not going to, but if the government were to lose that vote tonight, given that the government has a majority, it would easily be able to implement the more sensible measures that I do think are necessary in an alternative piece of legislation that would no doubt be able to get through this House with cross-party and I think almost universal support. And I would just also like to reflect finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, on what the Secretary of State said. I raised with him the point that was in the renewal, the one-year review of the Act, which suggests that those Schedule 21 powers, the ones that give the police the powers to detain people, are necessary for the long term. And he did not rule out extending these measures for another 6 months. Now, by the government's own admission in its explanatory notes, these measures are extraordinary and would not be acceptable in normal circumstances. And given that the Prime Minister wants us to have removed restrictions by June, I do not think it is acceptable to extend these measures to October, and I certainly don't think it's necessary to extend them to March. And that's why, regrettably, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll be voting against the renewal of those temporary provisions this evening.
Biddy Earling. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm pleased that some provisions are being removed from the Act. And it's important to note that while no amendments were selected for debate, the opposition rightly pointed out that the government's handling of the pandemic has resulted in one of the highest death tolls in the world and the worst economic crisis of any major economy. And that the government has allowed the pandemic to exacerbate the inequalities in our society and to disproportionately impact Black, Asian and ethnic minority communities and disabled people. The public health restrictions have been essential to protect our most vulnerable, but the government has damaged public trust by failing to publish and communicate the data behind key decisions effectively. The Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, of which I'm a member, concluded in our recent report that the government's communication has not always been transparent enough, and the lack of transparency in relation to the local lockdown and tiering decisions led to confusion and mistrust. And I've heard firsthand from businesses in Luton South, especially from the hospitality sector, about their frustration at not being able to access the information and data used to inform government decisions that stopped or interrupted their operation. The failure to communicate the 10 p.m. curfew and restrictions on wet-led pubs caused particular distress and anger. Businesses couldn't understand why the government didn't work with them. Publicans told me they already run licensed, controlled premises and had already introduced additional coronavirus health and safety measures to keep staff and customers safe. Businesses need to be able to plan effectively, and while the government is given confirmation that certain restrictions will be relaxed no earlier than a specific date, this isn't sufficient assurance for businesses without having sight of underlying information, any trends and thresholds to be met. Hospitality businesses need this information to help plan for full reopening, which can take around 2-3 weeks, if not more, if they need to order supplies, fresh stock, and to ensure they have sufficient staff. Building trust with the hospitality sector is vital, and the government must improve on the approach taken over the last year. As the PACAT report put it, transparency builds trust, trust aids compliance with rules. So alongside the new roadmap regulations, can I press the Secretary of State to learn from the past mistakes and urgently publish detailed information and data that underpins each step's relaxation of restrictions? Thank you.
Latham.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I start by congratulating the government on the remarkable success on the vaccination programme? It has been phenomenal. And it's made many, many people feel incredibly safe, me included. I've only got 4 weeks for my second jab, so I cannot wait to get that and I'll feel even better. But it has given reassurance to the elderly, the disabled, and those people who have felt trapped in their homes for so many months. Some didn't even take advantage of going out much last summer. So I do think that the government have done an absolutely fantastic job with the vaccination programme. I'd also like to, like my right honourable friend from North Somerset, congratulate those people who've worked day in, day out, without much thanks, to keep the country moving, the people on the public health system, particularly the people in the supermarkets who have had all sorts of people coming in, standing pretty close to them and not knowing whether they were passing on COVID or not. So there have been some remarkable successes in this pandemic, but there have been some errors. And my view is that we have been moving the goalposts. I think they started at Wembley and they're now nearly at Derby County. And I'm extremely worried that if we're not careful, they'll be up in Scotland. Because We thought the vaccine was going to be the thing that would save us. It is going to save us. We are not where we were a year ago. We are much safer than we were a year ago. People feel safer. But we seem to be thinking that we can't still open hospitality businesses. Weddings can't go ahead in any sort of normal circumstance. That has such a huge impact on the rest of society. It's the supply chains, and it's all those single businesses, single people businesses that have had no help, who have had no earnings for a year. We need to get those people back to work so that they can earn and get back on their feet. We have to remember that this isn't just about the pandemic, it is about the all-round health of the nation. And we heard tragically from my honourable friend from Gloucester, who was talking about suicides. There was one down the lane from us, which I didn't even know about, which is tragic that there are so many suicides, because people cannot face being trapped in their homes anymore, and they are frightened to go out. And I do agree with whoever it was that said about stopping all these terrifying views through adverts and things in the paper. We need to try to say that we are doing well, we will continue to do well, Europe permitting, to get the vaccines in, but we must move forward. We must let people out. Those hospitality businesses and wedding venues have spent hundreds of thousands of pounds protecting their businesses, but they're not allowed to open. The wedding industry, I wonder if it's because they're run mainly by women, have really been left with contradictory messages, and I feel that the government could be much clearer about how they can operate and how quickly they can, because it's Easter. Love should be in the air, and it's not.
Well done.
Video link. Tim Farron.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend from Twickenham has said just a moment ago, Liberal Democrats will not support the proposal on the table today. We consider this request for extended powers to this time to be an overreach, powers that the government does not need, and certainly does not need for a period of 6 months right into the autumn. I think my great concern is that the government's default knee-jerk attempt to seek these draconian powers for this lengthier period of time is now beginning to fit into a pattern. We saw the police bill in this place just a week or so ago, where the government was seeking to have powers to incarcerate people up to 10 years if they protested against them. And then also we're seeing, aren't we, reports of the government wanting to force carers to be vaccinated when they have done so by choice already. It shows a complete lack of respect and tenderness towards people who put their lives on the line for this last 12 months and longer to support those people in their deepest moment of need. And then, of course, that pub landlords now being asked to be effectively border guards in their own pubs to check vaccine passports. All this seems to indicate that we have a Conservative Party in government that loves talking about liberty until the moment it has to do something about it in practice. And once it comes to dealing with these issues in practice, its instincts are authoritarian. As always, if you care about liberty, you need your Liberals. And so you can guarantee the Liberals will be voting against this draconian set of powers on the table today. It's also worth bearing in mind that the police, I don't think, are crying out for additional extension to their powers. What they want are two things: resources and then clarity of those guidelines and laws that they do seek to enforce. And throughout this pandemic, it hasn't been the strictness of the laws that have been the issue, it's been the clarity of the guidance, and the government indeed very often contradicting, mixing messages, sending out the wrong messages, not keeping the guidance themselves as individuals, and therefore setting a terrifyingly awful lead. I want to just make one suggestion. As we look at this roadmap and the way out of this difficult time that we are clearly all experiencing as a national community, can I just point out that at the point that I'm speaking, outdoor education has got no place on the roadmap whatsoever. We know when nightclubs are going to open, but outdoor education facilities in my constituency, in the Lakes and in the Dales and across the rest of the country, has got no date to reopen. The government is killing off a vital industry there to support our young people, whose skills are especially needed at a time like this when we want to reconnect young people with a love of learning. The lack of a date, the lack of bespoke funding is killing off outdoor education. My friend, the Minister for Education in Wales, Kirsty Williams, announced just the other day a particular package for outdoor education centres in Wales. There's a package in Scotland. There's a package in Northern Ireland. Why is there not a bespoke package for outdoor education centres in England? Today, it surely is the day for them to do just that. It's also worth bearing in mind that as we see the ability for people to move in significant numbers as of next Monday to beautiful places like the Lake District, that we need and have needed for some months now investment in popularising the countryside code so that people know how to behave in beautiful places, how to treat the local residents with respect, and to look after the environment they've come to enjoy. So I'm pleased that the government is now, as of the Easter weekend, putting resource into the countryside code. They should have done it 9 months ago when we asked them to do it. And final point is this: as hospitality and tourism businesses begin to reopen, they won't all be able to open at capacity when they are allowed to. That's why financial support for them must be continued until the autumn.
Chris Green.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to open up by wishing everyone, I think, a rather unhappy first anniversary under these COVID lockdowns of since the creation of the Coronavirus Act. I don't think it's been a very happy time for anyone around the country. Something we can take a slightly more positive note on is the incredible success of the vaccination programme, whether it's the technicians, engineers and scientists, whether it's the rollout of that programme itself, but also the effectiveness. It's startling effective. I don't think a year ago anyone would have expected to be at this stage now in terms of having the vaccine and just how effective it is, and that the United Kingdom, as we are leading in Europe and one of the world's leading countries in terms of its delivery, and I think the Secretary of State ought to be proud of this success, and it's that sense he's spoken about in terms of breaking that link between transmission, hospitalisation and death. That link is fracturing in a very significant way, and we're pretty much in a position at the moment where we can say that link has broken. And certainly at the end of this month, certainly next month, that transmission to death and hospitalisation link will have gone. Now, I welcome that we're seeking now to retire certain temporary provisions. Some were never needed, some were only needed for a temporary period of time and are no longer needed. But I'm concerned that the government is seeking to retain Schedule 21, that part for controlling people, when it's had I think it's an 100% failure rate in terms of its prosecutions. And I'm also concerned that Schedule 22 for controlling gatherings is also being retained. That hasn't even been used over the past year. And we've been through the worst parts of the lockdown. It hasn't been as bad as some of the projections have suggested, but it's been a pretty bad time for a great many people. So why are we at this stage seeking to maintain Schedule 22, something we have never needed during the worst of times? I'm also concerned by the increasing political narrative conveyed through the media in terms of compulsion in vaccination, in terms of children being vaccinated, children who suffer so little, if at all, from the virus itself. We're going on now about vaccine passports, and the COVID status certificates is a very concerning issue. I think that's being raised, increasingly raised, and it seems to be inevitable. And I just wonder whether the European Football Championships, which will be held later this year, and the Prime Minister's offer to hold it in the United Kingdom, will actually be used, in a sense, as a showcase of the COVID certification certificates to show how effective they can be. And is this the reason that Schedule 22 has been maintained for that control of people in those sorts of events? And will it then be restricted just to those events, or could it possibly be widened out further? Pubs, of course, restaurants, but could it be including public transport, places of work, or places of education? We have to have these concerns. I'm not sure this debate has yet been had, and I'm not sure these concerns have been decisively ruled out. And I do think it should. So I do think it would be welcome if my honourable friend would explain the retention of Schedule 22. We've been going through this for a year now. We must know why exactly this is being retained.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I say it's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who actually posited many of the questions that I think are absolutely central to this debate. I readily confess, Mr Deputy Speaker, I find this a slightly frustrating experience. This does come to the heart of the role of this House in terms of scrutiny of the legislation. And in fact, many of the issues that are central to this legislation are about the definition of the relationship between the citizen and the state. And to try and deal with these matters in a 4-minute time limit, it is a sort of a level of ambition that even I, notwithstanding the fact I'm a Liberal Democrat, am able to aspire to. I think it is worth recalling that when we enacted this legislation last year, we really were trying to imagine what the future was going to look like. We didn't know how the pandemic was going to work. We didn't know how this place was going to work in the course of a pandemic. So I think we were right to be cautious, and I think we were right to trust the government with our freedoms. But a year on, we know an awful lot more than we did then. And as the honourable gentleman from Bolton West just said, it is surely apparent that so many of the provisions that we gave in this bill last year to the government were not needed, have not been used, and some of them have not even been enacted. As the honourable gentleman just said, there have been 252 people charged with criminal offences under this Act, and not one single prosecution as a consequence. Now that and that alone should surely be ringing alarm bells on the Treasury bench about the advisability of continuing with this. Of course, it is always going to be the case that when you give a government power, they will always want to hold on to it. You know, you can go back to 1939 when this House said that it was okay to have an identity card scheme. Did they stop the identity card scheme in 1945? No, they didn't. They held it on. It took a private citizen to raise a court case in 1952 before we saw the back of the identity card scheme. And mention of identity cards brings me to this idea of vaccine passports, and today some sort of certification of your vaccine status which is going to allow you to get a pint in a pub when they reopen, or a measure of whisky if that's your preference. I have to say, this idea of vaccine passports is a dangerous one, and it is the very thin end of a thick and illiberal wedge that we approach with caution. It raises all sorts of questions. If it's okay to force people to carry a piece of paper or a card to confirm their health status in relation to this particular virus, once you've conceded that principle, where does it take you? Or is it going to be okay then to carry a piece of paper according to some future government that says that you're HIV negative, whatever it is? Yes, of course.
I'm confident it will be even worse than he imagines. It's bound to be an app on your phone with Face ID that leaves behind an enormous swathe of data everywhere we go.
Well, and indeed, I don't think the honourable gentleman was in the House in 2006 when Labour tried to introduce identity cards, but I remember the objections then, and they were forcefully put by the government, or by the opposition then as they were, the party in government today, were around the need for a register and a database of its use, and that's exactly where a vaccine passport scheme will take you back. Now, I don't know if many of those who are on the Treasury bench have ever worked in a bar for a living. I did it for 5 years before I went to university to do my law degree. And I have to warn the Treasury bench that if they think that the best way to bring us back to a place in this country where we become the sort of papers, please society that we have always resisted in the past, it is doing it through pubs, then they are sadly mistaken, or perhaps happily mistaken. It would be a situation that would put those who work in our pubs in a most unpleasant and difficult situation. It would inevitably lead, I think, to a complacency, which would mean that instead of continuing to focus on masking and social distancing and the rest of it, which is what's going to be necessary to avoid a spike if and when we do reopen licensed establishments and elsewhere, then you would inevitably end up with a spike in infections. So for all sorts of reasons, for the practical, but also for matters of high principle, the government is going in the wrong direction at the moment, and if the House gives them carte blanche, if we offer them a blank cheque to go in that direction by renewing the provisions of the Coronavirus Act, then we will not be doing the job that our voters sent us here to do.
Brady.
Grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate and delighted to follow the wise words of the right honourable gentleman opposite. I'm the 31st member to speak in this debate this afternoon. I've been here throughout, and I think I'm right in saying that only 2 members have given their unqualified support to what the government is proposing. I think that's something the government would be wise to reflect upon in considering the gap which is opening up between our rulers, the executive and the government, and those of us who are representing the liberties of the British people. Particularly pleased to be the 4th Greater Manchester member to speak against what is being proposed, because we come from a city with a very fine history and long history of standing up for liberty, and I'm glad that is continuing. The danger, Mr Deputy Speaker, in what is being proposed today is that we risk normalising an extreme policy response. It was put in place in an emergency with very little thought and very little debate. A year ago, draconian powers given to government, initially expecting a 3-week lockdown. It became a 3-month lockdown. My constituents, like my honourable friends from Bolton, were released for 3 weeks, and then they were put under heavy new restrictions again. I've asked the question before in this chamber, whose rights they are that we are dealing with. Does the government have the right to tell people whether they can see their children or their grandchildren, whether they can start a relationship with someone? My answer is an emphatic no. But even those who are less certain should reflect on whether this extreme control of people's right to family life, people's intimate relationships, the freedom of association, whether the government can do these things briefly, in an emergency, or for over a year. On the 6th of January, the last time we had an opportunity to put some control on the government's exercise of these powers, the Prime Minister told me, when I intervened on him, that it would be very surprising if this House didn't get to vote to get rid of any of these restrictions before the end of March. Well, okay. It's the 25th, but maybe we should be prepared to be surprised. And I stand with those members on both sides of the House who have said we should expect that if government is given powers, if government is allowed those extreme powers for longer, it will retain them and very likely seek to extend them again. And that is why this House should say no to extending the Coronavirus Act, so it will have been enforced for a year and a half at least. The danger is that government starts to believe that these fundamental civil liberties belong to ministers to grant to us or withhold. They do not. They belong as of right to British citizens. It is this habit of control that leads to coercive laws that have no sense in them. Government has, for example, a legitimate interest in people who enter the United Kingdom from high-risk countries, but there is no public health argument for fining people £5,000 for leaving the country, and the government should think again about that. Mr Deputy Speaker, this habit of coercion and control has gone too far. It has gone on for too long. It is time for this House to trust the British people and return their rights to them.
Sir Christopher Chope.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend, and can I thank him for his leadership in the campaign that so many of us support of trying to ensure that we have some common sense and proportionality brought to this debate, and that we have our freedoms back, because we should not have them taken away from us unless there's the most compelling justification for that. This, as my right honourable friend said, is also an issue of trust. And the government is using this slogan, data, not dates. But the data is either being withheld or ignored. I've been regularly looking at the coronavirus dashboard, so-called. But then suddenly, when the data got rather good from my perspective, but bad from the government's perspective, the data disappeared. The latest data for hospital admissions on the dashboard for Dorset that goes back to March the 11th. So I had to make my own inquiries, and I found out that in the last week, there have only been 3 hospital admissions throughout Dorset, in all the hospitals. And we've got 1,200 beds in our hospitals, and we've got a population of over 750,000 people. So I don't think that what that data tells me is that it's reasonable that we should continue to have a lockdown situation and that people should be deprived of their social and economic liberty. And one of my constituents, who's very good on these things, wrote to me saying that 5,000 cases from 1.9 million tests. So that shows that 99.993% of the population were unaffected. So that's what we're talking about in the issue of proportionality, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And my assessment is that the regulations before us, which are extend to, I think, 98 pages, is it? Or 94 pages. How is it that the government believes that we can support those regulations when there isn't even an impact assessment for them? And if there was an impact assessment, it would point out the fact that for every day those regulations remain in place, it's costing the economy about £1 billion, £1 billion a day. So you can get a lot for £1 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and if you are incurring a cost of £1 billion a day, you certainly need to have a lot more justification than the government has so far adduced during this debate. And I expect that people will increasingly take the law into their own hands as they see that there is no risk in going out and meeting out in the open, as is confirmed in evidence to the Science and Technology Committee, and that there are very few risks associated with social mixing with people who are already vaccinated. And so I also believe that the government's got it completely wrong on risk assessment. And my advice to the Minister would be, during the Easter break, to go and get some risk assessment therapy, and then come back with some new ideas in April, because he should reflect on the adage, which is that the welfare of humanity is always the alibi of tyrants. And that, in essence, is what this debate is about, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that's why I shall be voting against these measures.
After Greg Clark's contribution at 4 minutes, we have 7 left. So to get everybody in, we'll reduce it to 3 minutes, and the wind-ups will start no later than 4:44. Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend for Christchurch mentioned the evidence that the Science and Technology Committee took, that there is no known instance of outdoor infection from COVID. That comes from a session that we held to scrutinise the science behind the roadmap measures. And I thought in my few minutes today I might just draw attention to the House to some more of the evidence that we took. In the first instance, the roadmap was set based on an assessment, based on evidence that is more than 6 weeks old and didn't have the advantage that we now have of the experience of what has happened since the vaccination programme returned results. And what we know, very happily, is that the assumptions that were made were much more pessimistic in terms of vaccine take-up and vaccine effectiveness than we came to realise. My right honourable friend will know that witnesses to our committee suggested very strongly that if we are to be driven by data, not dates, then we should have the flexibility to advance more quickly, should that be possible. But it is evident, and we know that there isn't the opportunity today to revise those dates, and so we have what we have. But I do hope that the Minister will take from this debate the real determination that we should stick at least to those dates, and we should be rigorous in looking at the data, all of which is encouraging. I have some concerns, as did witnesses to the committee, about what might happen in the future. My fellow member of the committee, the Honourable Member for Manchester Blackley, talked about the opacity about some of the data that is there to trigger further releases. Now, the roadmap is in place, but the powers of the Act will continue. And I was a little concerned to hear from the Secretary of State in his opening speech that just having noted the 90% fall in hospital admissions from the peak of the pandemic, his words of great caution about continuing to need to protect the NHS. Of course we need to do that, but we need to know what that means, because in evidence to the committee, both Chris Whitty and Dame Angela McLean called out, begged this House and politicians, as they call it, this House and ministers, for some indication of what we regard as a tolerable level of risk. Knowing that in the case of flu, which they cited, we do have deaths, unavoidable, well, we have deaths each year, but we don't, in seeking to avoid them, lock down the whole country. So we do need to supply an assessment of what degree of proportionality we should take. I don't say that that should boil down to a number, but as we do not with flu. But nevertheless, we are able to come to an understanding of what are appropriate measures in the context of the disease. And finally, it is important to reflect on evidence that we heard that we will not be able to keep out entirely infections and new variants from overseas, short of doing such damage to our society and our economy as is unconscionable for a trading nation as well connected as we are. So I hope that the Minister will confirm that we are not going to pursue a policy of repelling borders. That would be ruinous for our economic future, and it would be ruinous for our reputation as an open and trading nation.
3-minute limit. Video link. Flick Drummond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This pandemic has put a great strain on society and our economy, but it has also shown the strong social cohesion in the country. People have worked together and cooperated with what the science has suggested will beat this virus. Now, as a Conservative, I do not like to see restrictions on our freedoms any more than the other honourable members. But the measures we've put in place to combat this fast-moving novel virus has saved lives. If you compare the pandemic with the Spanish flu epidemic after World War I, it was driven by ineffective measures to prevent transmission and incomplete responses when it was clear that there was a fast-spreading pandemic. The Spanish flu killed 50 million people worldwide and at least 250,000 in the UK, double the number of those that have died so far from COVID. We said we needed restrictions last year to protect our NHS and to allow it to function, and they have worked and they have saved lives. Of course, we sympathise with everyone who's lost a friend or relative or is suffering from the effects of long COVID. However, it must be clear that the situation would have been much worse if we'd not had the restrictions. Because we've contained the virus more, we can now move along the roadmap, and I welcome the revocation of the all-tiered regulations with the new framework. That will allow us to reduce the levels of restriction at each stage. And I quite understand the concerns of constituents who want to see us move on from lockdowns and get back on track. But we do need this framework to avoid a free-for-all at a time when we still have to vaccinate such large numbers of adults. We must keep our guard up against potential new variants and the emerging new wave in the EU and elsewhere. New mutations can develop when the virus is able to spread through unprotected populations. My support for these regulations was reinforced yesterday at a meeting at the Hampshire Local Resilience Forum. We heard from Dr. Nigel Watson, a retired GP, who, like many others, has come back to help with the NHS. He would like to continue to help with the backlog of medical cases over the next few months. Extending the regulations will allow him and others to do this. The help of Dr. Watson and others is an extremely important part of getting the NHS back to normality. So I'm pleased that we're extending Section 2 of the regulations to ensure this. His story is typical of so many people who have helped in our national effort to limit this dreadful disease. So I want to finish by thanking him and everyone else in the NHS and public sector who have worked so hard to support society so that we can now move on again. So I will be supporting the extension of these regulations. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vic Drummond. Video link, Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Meon Valley. I'll start with some positives. The success of the vaccination programme is a fantastic achievement. Kate Bingham is completely a national hero, and the Secretary of State has worked tirelessly, as have many other ministers, and I thank again everyone involved with the vaccination process on the Isle of Wight, the NHS teams, primary care and secondary care. However, I'm not happy with the government's plans today, and I think they're unbalanced, and in the next couple of minutes I'd like to explain why. First, and this has been echoed by other people, the government has said it's going to base its response on data, not dates. But it has become clear that the data has changed quicker than predicted, but the dates have not changed. And as my honourable friend from Tunbridge Wells just now said, the government action is now being based on data which is old and negative, too old and too negative. And I've yet to hear a credible explanation as to why. Where is the new updated data which we should be using if we have fresh and new data? And I fear that yet again, science is being used gently to lead the debate rather than to frame it with the evidence necessary for us to make decisions. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, basing lockdown on cases, not deaths, is not good enough. I listened to Professor Van Tam. He had a members' briefing a couple of days ago. And look, he's clearly a very impressive man, but his presentation was clear. Lockdown was being justified on cases, but cases are not deaths. They're not hospitalizations. And I felt actually as I was almost being misled. And I say that with great respect to him. We have to continue, he was saying, because we have cases, despite the government saying that we can't eliminate COVID from our society and we have to live with it. And we have been under house arrest now for nearly a year, and justifying continued mass house arrest based on cases, not deaths, not hospitalizations, frankly felt like very thin gruel from the government. Thanks to the miracle of vaccination, and it is a scientific miracle, first time in human history, a pandemic is being defeated with science. This extraordinary event in the history of humanity. But thanks to that miracle, the link between cases, hospitalization, death has been broken. Yes, we need to be mindful of cases, but cases are not deaths. And the continuation of this draconian measures, now based on a not quite sure approach, is not normal. We should not, as my honourable friend from Altrincham and Sale said, we should not be normalising this response because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our liberties belong to us, not government. And by continuing now, when we have broken the link between death and hospitalisation and cases, sets a dangerous precedent. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bob Seeley. Video link. Tom Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think the day when all the regulations under the Coronavirus Act are lifted will be my highlight in this Parliament. This is a day that cannot come soon enough, but I do accept that today is not that day. There is a roadmap, there is an end in sight. But the events on the continent, I think, remind us that we have not reached that end point just yet. Were the measures lifted today, many of the measures that have been deemed necessary to curtail the spread of disease and some of the measures which are helpful, like statutory sick pay, would be removed. And given how far we have come, I think it is necessary to lift measures gradually to ensure that this is a one-way process, rather than taking too many steps forward now, only to have to revert back at a later stage. The vaccination programme is our route out of lockdown, and with about 30 million jabs done, that's been a fantastic success. And I do worry that sudden change might undo a lot of that good work. The roadmap as it stands will see most restrictions lifted by June, and this House is being asked to renew measures for 6 months. So I understand that they will effectively mean large parts of the Act will be dormant, but it can be reactivated if necessary without primary legislation. I don't support coronavirus legislation with enthusiasm, but I understand its necessity, and that is why I'll be supporting the government today. While COVID and the restrictions are on the decline. There is talk of living in a COVID-tinged world for some time to come. And there is a broader question, I think, about whether, if one accepts restrictions on personal liberty to prevent the spread of deadly disease, should it be necessary to prevent its reoccurrence? And there has been talk of certification or so-called vaccine passports. Earlier this week, the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, on which I sit, heard evidence on this from, amongst others, my right honourable friend, the member for Holton, Price and Howden. And there are questions that we heard in that evidence session on the effectiveness of such a scheme. And if it is introduced, it might be, for example, not only, say, at a football stadium, but also on, say, the train there and back, where a virus might be spread. And if holding a passport, a vaccine passport, is likely to affect access to key public services like public transport, it will be necessary, I think, clearly to show the effectiveness of such a scheme and the data upon which it's based. That is maybe perhaps a debate for another day, but a thorough debate on that subject will, I believe, be necessary. In the meantime, I look forward to continuing to follow the roadmap and to getting us all out of this pandemic.
Video link. Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This past year has been incredibly difficult for all of us, and I'd like to start by paying tribute to the people of Runnymede and Weybridge for their boundless resolve and community spirit, and to remember those who've lost their lives as a result of the pandemic. Many of my constituents are hurting. The pandemic and lockdown has hit us hard. Many having lost their jobs, many desperate to see their loved ones. This roadmap and the fantastic vaccine rollout brings those most valuable of commodities, certainty and hope. Something to look forward to, that life will get better. I want to go faster, but I also agree that the need for irreversibility and certainty weighs heavy. So I will support the regulations that we're voting on today, but I must reiterate that every day we have these restrictions in place, they're causing great harm, and the government should move heaven and earth to lift them as soon as possible. But in the brief time I have in this debate, I want to talk about the broader provisions of the roadmap. As for all the discussion on the coronavirus regulations, these are only half the story. We talk a lot about the new normal, the return to normal life after the pandemic. The roadmap charts out the plan for lifting of legal restrictions, but not the return to normality. COVID has changed many aspects of life, and I've been calling for a long-term plan for living with the virus, and I'm pleased that the roadmap starts to tackle this through 4 reviews. Reviews into large events, COVID certification, international travel and social distancing. These 4 reviews are going to do all the heavy lifting. They're critical to setting out what our post-pandemic COVID world, our endemic COVID world will look like after June. Because when legal restrictions lift, the impact of these recommendations will still be felt. They'll have far longer lasting impact than what we vote on today. They'll form the basis of what the new normal will be on a huge range of issues that impact on daily lives, from social distancing requirements in pubs and restaurants, to wearing of face masks, self-isolation, contact tracing. And so I'd ask the Minister, if he could, in his closing remarks, to clarify for me that we'll get to debate in this House the outputs of these critical reviews, the government's endemic COVID roadmap, as it were, and that we'll be able to vote not just on any resulting legislation, but also to approve any formal guidance or provisions resulting from them. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer. Video link. David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The member for Runnymede and Weybridge was very, very clear about the desire of his constituents to move on from these restrictions. And Ruislip, Northern and Pinner is no different in that respect. People have borne with fortitude the restrictions on their lives. But I'm very much supportive of bringing forward the measures that are before us this evening, and we'll be supporting the government. It's very clear that there have been a number of false dawns on the way away from the impact that COVID has had on all of our communities. There have been times when we thought we had it on the run, and indeed it became more of a problem, and more of our residents died and were seriously ill as a consequence. So we need to make sure that we have a package of measures that is in place that will enable the government and the country to support all our citizens and all our communities. And whilst I completely understand that we are chafing against a number of those elements within this that are restrictions, there are far more important elements that are entirely about support, to support businesses, to support people who are affected. And I know that as we look forward to that roadmap, we see businesses of different kinds reopening, welcoming people back to our high streets, back to our shopping centres, back to activities like sport and the arts, which have had to go into the deep freeze during this COVID period, it is absolutely vital that we do have the backstop powers that we need, so that if it is the case that there is a resurgence of COVID from perhaps a mutation, that government is able to act swiftly and respond to damp that down and to keep our people safe. So for all those reasons, I do support what's before us this evening and will be supporting the government. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. David Simmons, Video Link, Caroline Oakes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to follow my colleague from Ruislip, who talked about the importance of keeping some of the provisions within the Coronavirus Act very much in a just-in-case manner. And I wish to speak from the perspective of the chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee about three components which have caused us concern in the past, and one still does. So we very much welcomed the action taken by the Secretary of State for Health to remove the provisions around the Mental Health Act and sectioning, which happened back in December. They hadn't been used and therefore were not needed. I also very much welcome his actions over the course of the last 24 hours in the decision that he has made to retire, as it were, the Care Act easements, something that the Women and Equality Select Committee had called for, and indeed I would have been calling for this afternoon had he not already chosen to do so. But what we have not seen is the same step taken over education easements in the Act. For too many disabled children have not received the support they need during the pandemic. But these easements have not been used since July. Yet the justification for keeping the unused easements sent to me by the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Children and Families is just that the Secretary of State is keeping it under review in case the evidence changes. Now, the Minister acknowledges in her letter to me dated today that the powers are unused. They have not been used since last July. And indeed, she goes on to state that compared to May, June and July of last year, the flexibilities are much less needed. So if they are unused and the evidence shows that they are less needed, why are they being retained? Now, I am not some great conspiracy theorist, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't think that this is an attempt by the Secretary of State for Education to keep a power indefinitely, but it's not used, it's not needed, yet still remains on the statute book. And of course, there is no ability to amend just that one section this evening. Respectfully, I would argue that the justification we have been given makes no sense. And I would urge the Secretary of State for Education to think again on retaining these powers. Parents are desperately worried that children with special educational needs are not getting access to the assistance they need. They're back in school now, and I absolutely welcome that. But I would urge him to reconsider that and to see these unneeded acts removed.
Video Link, Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend from Romsey and Southampton North. I've been privileged to serve on two select committees during this pandemic, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Science and Technology Committee and the Procedure Committee, both ably chaired by my right honourable friends that spoke earlier in this debate, and therefore I've got quite a lot to try and say in these 3 minutes. I have supported the government on their measures throughout the pandemic, and I will do so with some reservations again tonight. I said in the debate in this chamber in September, by the spring we will need a new plan informed by the scientific evidence at the time and by what we learn over the winter, because we simply cannot continue to live like this forever. And we cannot live in fear. Luckily, the vaccine works, but even if it hadn't, we would still need a way out of lockdown. And we do now have a new plan. And to echo the speech of my honourable friend from Winchester, I think it would be churlish for me to reject it, because it might not be as fast as I would like, or I think would be manageable given the data. We've heard a lot of data, not dates, and yet there are a lot of dates in the legislation and not a lot of data. And my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary and the Prime Minister both say cautious yet irreversible. But I think there's a tension there with what we could achieve. The scientists say, and they told us at this committee, they need 4 weeks to assess the effects of each step. And then the government wants a 5th week so that we can make preparations. Well, I think the government could consider scrapping that 5th week, take the associated political risk, not scientific risk, onto its own broad shoulders. And I do fear that there has been an overall sense of mission creep. We have protected the NHS, which is how the lockdowns were sold to us. The sooner we have our lives back, the better. And I'm very glad to hear my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, agree with my honourable friend from Wickham. The way forward at step 4 is personal responsibility, allied to the vaccine and also to test and trace. But I should pause to praise my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary. It was his belief in science and the possibility of the rapid vaccine development that has been rewarded in spades. And his wisdom in ensuring that Oxford tied up with AstraZeneca is clear from the contrasting experiences we see across the Channel and in other countries. And finally, to turn to the procedural elements of these motions today, I've been very glad to serve under the excellent chairmanship of my fellow North Staffordshire MP, the Right Honourable Member for Staffordshire Moorlands, but I was also very glad to support the amendments tabled by the Honourable Member from Hazel Grove in that committee. I believe that it is a matter of honour for many of us that we return, as we promised, to things as they were before the pandemic. There may be many things we can learn from the procedural innovations we've seen. I think we should have the chance to do that, and I welcome what the Prime Minister said in his response to the chair of the committee, that we will have a debate. I feel that there has not been enough time for us to debate these procedural innovations, but it is a matter of honour that we return as promised. And it is also a matter of honour, I think, that this House aligns what we are doing with what we are asking the country to do. Thank you.
Very much. Wind-ups, Alex Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a solemn moment. In the week where we mark the anniversary of our first lockdown and of this emergency legislation, we must start by reflecting with sadness at the loss of the lives of 125,000 of our countrymen and women, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, friends. That's an awful lot of broken hearts, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of them. But what we do today is to act to protect the country as much as possible as we go forwards. And I think in that spirit, we've had a really high quality and interesting debate. I reflect particularly on two contributions, one from my honourable friend from Luton South, who talked about the disproportionate impact on black, Asian and ethnic minority individuals in our country, and we should reflect on what that says about Britain. And from the honourable member from Romsey in Southampton North, and the point she's just made about some of our most vulnerable, we must hold them very much in the forefront of our mind as we act today. I'm in a slightly iniquitous position of agreeing but having to disagree with a number of my own colleagues, but I don't think it serves them or me or anybody else for me to not to disagree with them and not say so. I mean, I thought the points made by my honourable friend for Worley regarding hospitality, Leeds East regarding low pay and support for those who need it, my honourable friend from Blakely regarding protest, my honourable friend for Brent Central, I have got a lot of sympathy for many provisions in her bill. I agree with everything that my honourable friend for Streatham, what my honourable friend for Streatham said regarding her desire to amend what's in front of us today. And I share my right honourable friend from Islington North's view that it is wrong that this is a take it or leave it proposition. I agree with all those points, but I cannot agree that the answer with that is to therefore vote against them today. I don't think that's the right course of action, because we would lose all these provisions. I will reflect on them shortly. I disagree too with what colleagues from the Liberal Democrats have said. The members for Kingston, Surbiton, Twickenham, Westmoreland, Orkney and Shetland, well, they've completed the set today. At some points they have agreed with proposals, at some points they've abstained, and at some points they've disagreed today, it seems. And you know, I don't think that sort of going in the wind is what we need in a pandemic. We've been consistent. We support the government on the restrictions we've needed to protect public health. Reflecting on contributions from the benches opposite, I agree with everything the excellent chair of the Procedure Committee said regarding amendments. I slightly disagreed, though I agree with the spirit of what my honourable colleague from Winchester said about us being hoisted by our own petard, and the member for North Somerset about us being stuck that this is a take it or leave it proposition. Well, there's nothing inevitable about that. The government could have brought amendable provisions today. The government actually, we would have been in a much better position, I think. I would have looked very fondly on what the honourable gentleman for Wickham has said. I think our amendment too is a sensible one too. We could really have improved this legislation, and I hope the government will reflect on what it is that they do recoil from when it comes to Parliament improving their laws. Now, there was a strong, but I would still argue a fringe line of argument from a group of colleagues that think we need fewer, not greater protections for the British people, as well represented by the members for Broxbourne, Hazel Grove, New Forest West, Wickham, Forest of Dean, Altrincham West, Christchurch and the Isle of Wight. I believe, as I've said before, that these colleagues have been wrong at every turn and are wrong again today. I think it's wrong to look at the pain that this virus has caused and to continue to advocate to weaken our tools to fight it. And I don't believe either that it is a question of liberty, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't think it can be. Every one of those colleagues voted last week for draconian fetters on the right to protest. Every one of those colleagues that was...
Order. You will be well aware, Mr Speaker, and it's not a point of debate, that I was not capable or able of voting in last week's divisions. That is because, Mr. Speaker, I am chairing that bill in committee, so that is not a legitimate point of debate from the honourable gentleman opposite.
Okay, the Shadow Minister will have heard the comments and I'm sure would want to respond himself.
Yes, I apologise to the honourable gentleman. I'm wrong there and would like the record corrected. I would say that those colleagues, I believe, that were present in previous parliaments also voted for the Lobbying Act. They voted for reforms to trade union rights, and I believe that most of them intend, if not all of them, intend to vote for what I believe are pretty draconian reforms to our voting process, particularly regarding identifications. So I'm not here to take lectures on individual freedom. I think it's about ideology and worldview. I think that if you spent 40 years since Ronald Reagan became president telling people that the thing holding you back was government and that the way forward was less government, then this last year has been a problem. It has shown at home and abroad that government does have a role to make sure people have income, does have a role to ensure they have housing, does have a role to protect their health, and that it isn't just always best to leave it to the market. Of course, we give away.
And I'm listening carefully to the argument he's developing. Is he saying that there is simply no limit to how long he would be willing to have these restrictions on people's freedoms in place, should there always be some threat of another variant of COVID?
No, I'm grateful for that intervention. That isn't my position, and I'm going to develop that argument shortly. That I would hope to hear from the Minister that, particularly with these provisions lasting to October, that actually he intends to bring them down much more quickly than that, and as soon as we can do. And the points the member for Staffordshire Moreland made about the 21st of June only being present in the procedural motions, I think was actually a very, very good one. Just to make a couple of points regarding the Act in specific and in substance. I think it's right that there is the opportunity being taken today to sunset provisions in that Act, certainly ones that have not been used. And so we support the government where they've chosen to do that. I do wish to question the Minister on the three provisions that are suspended, sections 22 and 23, which expire tomorrow, so to get clarity that as they've expired rather than been formally turned off, they won't be revivable and there's no intention to revive them. And then part 2 of section 58 in relation to transportation, storage and disposals of dead bodies, why was that only suspended? It doesn't seem that there's a foreseeable use for that. And I also wish to query the following powers that they've chosen neither to turn off nor to suspend. Section 14 on continuing healthcare assessments. Given that its counterpart in section 15 is being turned off, why wasn't section 14 turned off? Similarly, regarding section 37, the temporary closure of educational institutions and childcare premises, it's never been used, and again, I don't think its use is foreseeable. Section 50, the power to suspend port operations. I don't think there's any anxiety about the Border Force's resourcing levels to cover our ports. Why has that not been turned off yet? And section 52, the one that many colleagues have raised regarding events, gatherings and premises. Surely there are better tools in other bits of legislation and regulations that we could use from that. I do hope that we're going to learn from this crisis. I think particularly the points are made by colleagues about a public inquiry are important. It will be very difficult for the government to get independent feedback about why we have got one of the worst death tolls in the world and one of the worst recessions in the world. But we simply must learn these lessons for the future, no matter how hard that is for ministers to hear. And I just want to finish by reflecting on a couple of things that are still missing in the approach and again aren't in the roadmap, and I think is a really significant gap. That for all the good news in the budget for self-employed people, there are still so many, possibly millions, ineligible for that support, and those excluded continue to receive almost nothing beyond social security, and indeed some of them aren't eligible for that because they've been saving, for example, to pay off tax liabilities. This is wrong, this has been wrong throughout, and I cannot understand why ministers have not moved more quickly on it. Similarly, we are letting down our nation's carers. We clap for them, but now refuse to make meaningful recognition of it. The derisory 1% pay offer for the NHS staff is a real terms cut and is completely unacceptable under these circumstances. But also, we shouldn't lose in that conversation social care workers, working in the homes of some of our most vulnerable people, meeting health needs of people who really need it, but putting their own at risk. What's their reward for it? Well, it's a clap on a Tuesday and then a pay freeze in the budget, and that will mean for the 10th year in a row their pay will be squeezed. This should be an enormous source of shame for the government. I hope the Minister could reflect and perhaps give us some good news there when he stands up. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will support this. We don't support it without reservation. We don't support it with much pleasure. But it is the situation we find ourselves in today. Nothing inevitable about it. The virus has been a problem for every country, but we have struggled particularly. So we need these so that we can cautiously move forwards and make this lockdown our last one. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this House has come together once again to consider coronavirus regulations. The contrast with the previous occasions on which we did this, of course, is that today we are debating, in part, the roadmap to recovery, one that eases rather than strengthens the restrictions we face. It sets out our path to freedom. Now, they're freedoms none of us would have ever wished to have to curtail, save for the gravest of circumstances. But it is true that as a country we have faced some very grave times indeed. It has been a long, challenging year for all of us, individuals, families, businesses. And this was brought home so poignantly on Tuesday as we remembered those we have lost through this pandemic. We've come a very long way, but equally we know those dark days aren't that far behind us yet. So that we may cautiously begin to look to brighter days ahead is a tribute to so many. And in that vein, once again, I wish to put on record my thanks to our NHS and care staff, and indeed key workers, as my honourable friend, the member for Mid Derbyshire, did, for all they've done. And of course, to thank the British people, whose sacrifices and solidarity have set us on this better course. And as more and more of our population heed the call to be vaccinated, we are setting our country up for a safer future too. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have much to be optimistic about. But colleagues will also have been watching recent events on the continent with some concern. Not far from these shores, cases are rapidly on the rise. And as the Prime Minister recently acknowledged, the wave sweeping through Europe has the potential, and I quote, to wash up on our shores as well. Equally concerning, as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has alluded to on a number of occasions, are the new variants. Many of them, it must be recognised, detected through world-leading British genomics capabilities. But they do continue to pose a threat to the progress we have made. And as we debate easing restrictions here today, we are doing so as our friends in France, Germany, Italy, the Czech Republic and many others find themselves moving in the other direction, tightening lockdowns, extending curfews and shutting down once again. And that is a fate we are determined to avoid, and one I believe we will avoid if we proceed carefully and follow the cautious steps set out in our roadmap. We all want to see the economic and social freedoms and activities that mean so much to us resume as swiftly as possible, and of course to be able to see friends and family again. At each step, as the Secretary of State set out at that reopening, we're allowing 4 weeks to monitor the impact of the previous step and 1 week to ensure we give businesses and individuals enough notice to plan for the reopening and the easing. And that time frame is playing a vital part in ensuring we are truly on a one-way route to freedom. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I make no secret that this is a balancing act, with each step cautiously weighed and considered. And much of today's debate, of course, is understandably focused on another aspect of the response to the pandemic that we will be voting upon today, the 6-monthly review of the provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020. We have had many passionate and thoughtful speeches. No one wishes this act to be necessary and to be in place a day longer than it is necessary. Not me, not the Secretary of State, not the Prime Minister, not honourable members in this House. And I say at this point that whether one disagrees or agrees with the case put by the Secretary of State, and honourable members will not be surprised to know that I agree wholeheartedly with the case put by my right honourable friend in arguing that we should be backing the motion today, I would not for one moment impugn or question in any way the integrity, sincerity or motivation of honourable members who, from perfectly reasonable perspectives, have set out their concerns about this. I would, however, agree these measures regrettably do remain necessary. And to reassure my right honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale, I do not believe there is any desire or intent within government to in any way, to use his phrase, normalise such measures. Turning in the time I have to some of the key specific points raised by honourable and right honourable members, I do think, and my right honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, I think put the case extremely well and highlight extremely well. While we have made huge strides forwards through vaccinations, we've seen the death rate, we have seen the hospitalisation rate come down, we are not yet out of the woods entirely. And that is why we must, I believe, continue to be cautious and why I believe the roadmap is necessary. Equally, I turn, and in this context, the broad context, the member for Leeds East, I'd like to say it was a pleasure to hear from him, but I'm mindful not to mislead the House, but I will address one substantive point he raised, which is where he appeared to be arguing for zero COVID. I have to be clear with him, as the Chief Medical Officer has been clear, that such an approach of zero COVID is neither a practical nor a realistic proposition, and we must as a society live with residual elements of COVID for many years to come. And I think that that touches on risk, which I think it was my honourable friend, my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, who talked about this, as have many other colleagues, about striking the right balance with what levels of risk society is prepared to live with. My right honourable friend alluded to this in his opening remarks, and it's hugely important that we must weigh up the precautionary approach with the desire and the need to open up our economy and open up our society. The Right Honourable Lady, the Chair of the Procedure Committee, the member for, I think, Staffordshire Moorlands, highlighted rightly our common law approach in this country, that things are permitted unless explicitly forbidden, and how it would be exceptional to have to change that presumption. Sadly, we have faced exceptional times, and that's why these measures have been necessary. But they are not measures any of us would choose to do were we not faced with such a grave situation. Honourable members talked about the importance of clear comms, of building trust and the right messaging, and I think that is absolutely right. It's hugely important we set the right expectations and we are clear with the public about how the vaccine is allowing us to move out of lockdown, but also the challenges still posed. And I have to say, I was a little surprised to be lectured by the right honourable gentleman, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, on so-called fake news. The irony of Liberal Democrats lecturing the House on so-called fake news will not be lost on honourable members. But some very serious points as I conclude. My honourable friend talked about Schedule 22, and I'll try to very briefly answer, and he asked why it was necessary. The reality is, while the 1984 Act gives a considerable number of powers, there are certain powers, for example, around some elements of critical infrastructure that would not be able to be closed, even in the event of an outbreak with a dangerous new variant under that Act. And therefore, for example, to give my honourable friend an example, that is one power that was lacking there that my right honourable friend, quite rightly, and I share his view, believes may be necessary, and hopefully it won't be necessary, but may be necessary in that context. 2 points very, very briefly in the minute I have remaining to me. My right honourable friend has been very clear. We have set out the intention to expire around 25% now of the non-devolved powers under this Act. I know if it was possible to do so without incurring that risk and be ready for all eventualities, my right honourable friend would not wish to see this Act coming before us today for renewal. But it is. It is necessary, and it is sadly going to be necessary for a few more months. 2 final points. The Shadow Secretary of State talked about the right to protest, and I will try and answer that very quickly. He asked about what the guidance is likely to include. That essentially is things like the need for a formal organiser, for example, and a risk assessment to take place is what that is referring to. And in the few minutes remaining to me, Mr. Speaker, I commend these motions to the House.
Well, I must now put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion proceedings on motions number 2, 3, 4 and 5. I'll put the first question on motion number 2, which has already been moved. So the question is motion number 2 is on the order paper. As mayors of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I've been given an indication, and I therefore expect a division on motion number 3. Can I just please caution social distancing for those who are physically voting? We now come to motion number 3 on Coronavirus Act 2020 Review of Temporary Provisions number 2, and I call Secretary Matt Hancock to move the motion formally.
I beg to move.
The question is motion number 3 as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Okay. The question is motion number 3 as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Maggie Throop and Maria Caulfield. Tell us for the noes, Alistair Carmichael and Chris Green. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 484. The noes to the left, 76.
The ayes to the right, 484. The noes to the left, 76. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 4 on Coronavirus Act 2020, one-year status report, and I call Secretary Matt Hancock to move the motion formally.
To move.
The question is, motion number 4 is on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 5 on proceedings during the pandemic. Number 6. I call the leader. I call the Minister, Secretary of State, to move the motion formally.
Formally.
The question is, motion number 5 is on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And before I call Jessica Morgan, can I just wish all honourable members who are now leaving to do so carefully, but also to have a very good Easter, a very peaceful Easter to you all, and to all the staff who have worked here and looked after us, particularly during this particularly stressful period. Point of order, Jessica Morgan.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And please can I seek your guidance, Mr Deputy Speaker, in a matter of correcting the record. Earlier on today, my honourable friend from Manchester Central, during her urgent question on steel, which was on the situation at Liberty, the Business Secretary said that the closure of SSI happened before 2010, but that's not correct. If the Secretary of State doesn't know, the plant was purchased by SSI in February 2011 but closed in October 2015 after David Cameron refused to intervene. Can I ask you, Mr Deputy Speaker, how we might pursue getting the Business Secretary to correct the record, to reassure Liberty steelworkers, not least those in Hartlepool pipe mills who remember the fate of the Teesside steelworkers at SSI, that we will not abandon steel? It's very telling, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government don't know or understand their own record of inaction on steel.
To thank the Honourable Lady for her forward notice of the point of order, and as she knows, I'm not responsible, the Chair is not responsible for the contents of any contribution from a Minister. But having said that, the Speaker has made it absolutely clear that where a Minister knows that they have inadvertently misled the House, or there is an inaccuracy, that they should correct the record as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. We now come to petition. Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in the context of the Minister saying in the COVID debate just now that we are not yet out of the woods. And I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Putney regarding the vaccination of school staff, alongside an online petition of the same topic, which has been signed by over 250 teachers, parents and students. Students have lost so much teaching time, and we should do everything we can to keep schools open. Other countries have given their school staff a priority for the vaccine, and so should we. A major factor in the need to close schools has been staff shortages due to being COVID positive or other teachers being COVID positive, as social distancing is very difficult in schools. To ensure that schools stay open rather than have to close because of staff shortages, to protect shielding parents so that teachers and school staff are safer doing their jobs, it's crucial that teachers are prioritised for the vaccine when vaccine supply allows. Mr Deputy Speaker, the residents of Putney, Roehampton and Southfields petition the government to urgently prioritise vaccinating teachers and all school staff. I thank you.
Petition, vaccination of school staff.
Thank you very much, Fleur Addison.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to raise the important issue of the conflict in Tigray. It's the first time the House has had an opportunity to debate the conflict, which has, since last November, devastated Tigray, the mountainous region in the north of Ethiopia. I have given the Minister's Office advance sight of the questions I will be asking him at the end of my speech. There are many in the UK and beyond who will be listening very carefully to what he has to say. The conflict started in retaliation to an attack on the Northern Command by the Tigrayan People's Liberation Front. The Ethiopian federal government cut off all links into the region, closed roads, shut down communications, and sent its troops to surround Mekelle. We know that in addition to Ethiopian armed forces, Eritrean forces and Amharan militias are now also present in Tigray. Since November, over 60,000 Tigrayan people have fled into refugee camps in Sudan. Some are reported to have had their exit routes blocked by Ethiopian and Eritrean forces. About 1 million people, some sources put the figure higher, have been internally displaced. 4.5 million people have become food insecure. Crops have been destroyed, livestock killed, and agriculture disrupted. Tigray is an area of chronic food insecurity. It's the scene of the devastating 1984 to 1985 famine. So deliberately cutting it off from food supplies and markets, as the Ethiopian government is alleged to have done, means people will starve. Yet up to 80% of the region is still inaccessible. Some of Tigray's and the world's most precious cultural heritage sites have been destroyed and priceless treasures looted. 70% of health facilities are reported to have been looted or vandalised by Ethiopian and Eritrean government forces, including very recently the only specialist clinic providing care to rape victims in Mekelle. Schools have been taken out of commission, used for housing troops or displaced people. 2 refugee camps at Hitsats and Shimelba have been razed to the ground. The whereabouts of 20,000 of the refugees they sheltered is still unknown. An estimated 50,000 civilians have been killed, with evidence that children have been targeted. And 10,000 women have been raped. Let that sink in. 10,000 women have been raped. The most terrible update from the UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs reported continuing human rights abuses, severe malnutrition among young children, and a food security situation described as catastrophic. In considering this catalogue of destruction, I want to focus on 3 points. One is the nature of the conflict, the second is the use of rape as a weapon of war, and the third is the lack of action by the international community. Firstly, the nature of the conflict. The Ethiopian government originally said that the attack on Tigray was a law and order operation to deal with a long-running dispute. But multiple subsequent reports indicate a sustained and brutal assault that has included aerial bombardment and ground shelling of settlements with the deliberate targeting of civilians. This is not a little local difficulty in Ethiopia's backyard. It risks a much wider destabilisation and escalation of conflict throughout the Horn of Africa. Early information trickling out through the refugee camps in Sudan told right from the start of massacres of civilians. At Mai Kadra, where responsibility is hotly contested, witnesses have spoken of both Ethiopian government and Tigrayan militia involvement. Most notably, last November, there was a brutal massacre at Axum, one of the holiest Christian sites in Ethiopia. A total of 750 people are thought to have been killed. The stories circulating last year on social media were confirmed last month by Amnesty International in a report that documents aerial bombardment by Ethiopians, followed by a systemic killing by Eritrean soldiers going door to door through the town. They particularly targeted young men and boys, prevented people from burying the dead, and then looted the town of everything of value, including food. Some commentators have said that food is being used as a weapon of war. In January, over 40 people were massacred at Debre Abbey. 300 people were killed in the attack on the Hitsats refugee camp. 300 people. At a village near Samra, 500 buildings were set on fire and 60 people are thought to have been killed. At a village called Bora, an estimated 100 people were murdered. Emaciated and starving people displaced by the violence are pouring into overcrowded towns. The Norwegian Refugee Council says 37,000 people have recently arrived at Shiraro, a town in northwestern Tigray where food, water and medicine are running out fast. The situation in Shiraro is beyond dire, the NRC chief Jan Egland has warned. There are many parts of Tigray, particularly rural areas, where there is no communication and grave fears about the fate of local people, both in terms of violence and access to food, medicine and essential services. What is clear from both social media and independent reporting is that civilians have been targeted because of their ethnicity, because they are Tigrayan. Footage has been circulating of men in Ethiopian military uniforms speaking in Amharic, shouting abuse at groups of boys while shooting them and throwing their bodies over a cliff. And along with this has been the vandalising of symbols of Tigrayan culture, most notably Debre Damo Monastery and the Al-Najasi Mosque, one of the oldest in Africa. As the International Development Committee heard last week, economic and service infrastructure has been damaged, with factories looted and vandalised and banks closed, making it hard for humanitarian agencies to operate. The committee also heard about the destruction of health facilities, the result of systematic looting and vandalism by Eritrean and Ethiopian forces. Second, I want to talk about the widespread use of rape and sexual violence. It has been estimated that 10,000 women in Tigray have been raped, and recent reports on Channel 4, the BBC and CNN have all documented the horrific nature of the attacks, including kidnapping, imprisonment, rape and mutilation. On Monday of this week, an unprecedented letter signed by 12 leading figures in the international community called for the sexual violence to stop. They said there is only one medical facility in the whole region fully equipped to meet the survivors' needs. What especially stands out are the ferocity of the attacks. This is evidence from reports and photographs of injuries to women, including the mutilation of women's genitals. The targeting of women because they are Tigrayan. The rapists have talked of Amharanizing the women and purifying their blood. The use of rape as a weapon of war is always abhorrent and heinous, but for soldiers to claim to be purifying or cleansing women by raping them makes this violence look genocidal. And what also stands out is the impunity. There is no indication that either the Ethiopian or Eritrean governments are taking any steps whatsoever to rein in their troops. Those responsible for the sexual violence do so with complete impunity. On Tuesday, the Ethiopian government admitted there had been sexual assaults on women in Tigray, but sought to justify it as a consequence of the conflict. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2008, the UN Security Council unanimously approved Resolution 1820, which demands the immediate and complete cessation by all parties to armed conflict of all acts of sexual violence against civilians, and says they should immediately take appropriate measures to protect civilians, including women and girls, from all forms of sexual violence, including enforcing appropriate military disciplinary measures and upholding the principle of command responsibility. And it further goes on to say that rape and all other forms of sexual violence can constitute a war crime, a crime against humanity, or a constitutive act with respect to genocide. This is tough and unequivocal language. The UK has the privilege of being a permanent member of the UN Security Council and has a responsibility to ensure this resolution is enforced. It was Lord Hague of Richmond, then Foreign Secretary, who campaigned alongside Angelina Jolie against the use of sexual violence in war and received an award for his efforts from the then US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Now is the time for the Conservative government to prove that this was more than a publicity stunt. That brings me to my third and final point, the lack of response from the international community. The European Union, Germany and the United States paused their aid to Ethiopia, and the US administration last week sent the respected Senator Coons of Delaware to Addis Ababa. Ireland has led moves for the EU to apply targeted sanctions. However, the rest of the world has done little more than talk, and the governments of Ethiopia and Eritrea have turned a deaf ear. What is needed is not more words, but action. So I'm asking the Minister for action on the following points. The Ethiopia Country Programme is the biggest UK bilateral aid programme, as the Minister stressed at the International Development Select Committee last week. Will Her Majesty's Government align its policies with the UK's international partners, the US, EU and Germany, and pause the parts of its aid programme which are going to the Ethiopian government? Will Her Majesty's Government support the moves to set up an independent UN investigation into the massacres of civilians in Tigray, including those at Mai Kadra, Axum and Samre, the targeting of refugee camps, including those at Hitsats and Shemelba? Will Her Majesty's Government do this urgently before evidence, including of survivors at massacre sites and rape victims from hospitals in Mekelle, is removed or destroyed? Will the Government introduce targeted sanctions against those in Ethiopia and Eritrea responsible for the atrocities in Tigray, following the approach taken by the European Union? Will the Government continue to ensure that the UN Security Council remains actively engaged to end the war in Tigray with the abuses associated with it? Will they press for the immediate withdrawal of Eritrean troops and also seek to ensure there is an inclusive national dialogue in the country, as many Tigrayans have been calling for, to secure a lasting peace? Will the Government specifically ensure that the evidence of widespread use of rape and sexual violence in the Tigray conflict is collated and the perpetrators brought to justice in line with UN Security Council Resolution 1820? It is wholly unacceptable that soldiers from the Ethiopian and Eritrean armies should be able to rape women with impunity, and it is equally unacceptable that their commanders-in-chief should permit their forces to use rape as a weapon of war or fail to bring justice to those under their command who commit such a crime. Will the Government take steps to publicly support the US administration's initiatives to ensure that immediate and full access is provided to humanitarian agencies in Tigray, and that unfettered access will be provided for local and international journalists without repercussions for their translators and fixers? The Right Honourable Member for Esher and Walton, the Foreign Secretary, has spoken of his experience in taking war criminals to the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Will the Minister therefore press him to take initial steps through the UN Security Council to bring prosecutions against those whom the evidence points to being responsible for war crimes in Tigray, including the use of rape? Mr Deputy Speaker, the effects of this war will continue long after the guns have fallen silent. There will be empty spaces where civilian populations were murdered, and there will be a cohort of children growing up who are the result of the rape of their mothers. This further illustrates why this is absolutely the wrong time for the UK Government to be reneging on its promise to maintain UK aid spending at 0.7% of GNI, and I hope the Minister will also reflect further on this disastrous decision. Yet even now, the UK Government can help avert yet more destruction in Tigray and can provide justice for the survivors of the massacres and for the women who have been raped. It will, however, take much more than words. It will take action, and that is what I and many others hope the Minister will commit to tonight.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Lady, the Member for Dulwich and West Norwood, for securing the debate this evening. This would normally be responded to by my Honourable friend, the Minister for Africa. Unfortunately, he is travelling, but I know he takes the issues that she has raised very seriously, and I will run through some of the points that he would have raised had he been able to be here. The crisis in Tigray is of grave concern, both to the UK Government, Majesty's Government, and indeed to members of this House. More than 4 months since the conflict has started, much of Tigray remains incredibly dangerous, both for the people that live there and for the humanitarian workers trying to deliver badly needed support. And as has been set out in the Honourable Lady's speech, the impact on civilians is indeed devastating. We are sadly aware that at least 5 workers, Ethiopian staff working for UK-funded NGOs, have tragically been killed in this conflict. I pay tribute to them here today, for their courage, for their service, and ultimately for their sacrifice. The targeting of humanitarians is utterly unacceptable. The conflict has caused the collapse of essential and basic services: health, nutrition, water, sanitation. Life-saving maternal health care services and vaccines cannot be delivered, thereby endangering the lives of newborn children and their mothers. Huge numbers of people, likely more than 500,000, are in areas beyond the reach of aid agencies. And across the region, as she has said, 4.5 million people are now in need of life-saving humanitarian aid. The United Nations assesses that the overall humanitarian response remains deeply inadequate compared to the needs that we have assessed on the ground. The situation is indeed grave. We have also received ongoing reports of egregious human rights violations since the conflict has started. And as has been outlined in the speech made by the Honourable Lady, we are seeing and hearing of increasingly harrowing stories on almost a daily basis now of widespread murder, as she's highlighted, and indeed rape. Armed actors are subjecting civilians to appalling abuses and systematic campaigns of looting, as she says, largely with impunity. Eritrea's role in this conflict is particularly concerning, and as such, the UK has called upon them to leave Ethiopia immediately. There are numerous reports of atrocities involving Eritrean forces, and their presence is fueling insecurity. Since the start of the conflict in November, the UK has consistently called for unhindered and comprehensive access for relief agencies and journalists. Obviously, one of the greatest defences against the impunity which she has highlighted is the work of the media. And we've been clear that the protection of civilians must be a priority, and have pressed for investigations into the human rights abuses that she has highlighted, as well as the withdrawal of Eritrean forces. There can be no military solution to the problems in Tigray, and we have urged all parties to seek an inclusive political settlement to restore security and stability. In January of this year, my Right Honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, travelled to Ethiopia. He visited a humanitarian logistics hub in Gondar, run by the World Food Programme, and heard firsthand from our agency partners about the difficulties faced delivering life-saving assistance. He also met with Prime Minister Abiy, the President and the Deputy Prime Minister. He emphasised to them the need for immediate humanitarian access and made clear the UK's serious concerns about the human rights violations, media freedom and political freedom. The Foreign Secretary and my Honourable friend the Minister for Africa have also raised the situation with counterparts across the continent and internationally. And as she has suggested, these include recent conversations with the United States Secretary of State, Blinken. I have raised the issues with my counterparts in the Gulf, and the UK has been active in discussions at the United Nations Security Council. Most recently, on the 11th of March, my noble friend, the Minister for South Asia and the Commonwealth, called again for urgent action to be taken to avert a humanitarian catastrophe in a discussion on food insecurity and conflict in the other place. The UK has been a generous supporter of humanitarian activities. On top of our over £100 million of humanitarian assistance to Ethiopia this financial year, and an additional £15.4 million has been provided specifically to this crisis response. Our embassy in Addis Ababa has been working tirelessly and in very challenging circumstances to secure humanitarian access and press for the investigations into the human rights abuses and violations that she outlined in her speech. A team of UK officials from the embassy travelled to Mekelle, Tigray's principal city, on the 4th and 5th of March. United Nations and NGO staff were open about the complexities of operating in this environment and the extent of civilian suffering. At a site for displaced persons, our staff heard harrowing accounts of truly horrendous abuses. They saw a relief effort hamstrung by confused government systems struggling to keep pace with the needs of the people. And it's clear that obstacles to access have weakened the overall response to this devastating situation. One positive development is the recent announcement from the government of Ethiopia on access and their commitment to move to a system of access notification. Under this approach, responding organisations no longer have to wait for approval from Ethiopian authorities to enter Tigray. The UK is working with the United Nations and others to assess whether changes introduced by the authorities result in a demonstrable and positive improvement on the ground. And we can also cautiously welcome the improved access for the media in Tigray. And I know this is something the honourable member opposite will be interested in, as he has raised this privately with me. We also support the work of the United Nations Office for the Commissioner of Human Rights. And obviously we support their work. It is important. And we're glad to see that those staff are planning a joint mission with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. However, it is clear that media workers remain persecuted and at risk of detention. We're also concerned that the proposed joint human rights investigation will not be seen as impartial by the victims of the conflict. The crisis in Tigray comes as Ethiopia already faces huge humanitarian, economic and political pressures. In 2021, relief agencies will assist nearly 18 million people across the country. COVID-19, climate events, devastating locust invasions have already put paid to the prosperity of the region. Ethnic violence has increased in many regions and may rise further ahead of the planned elections in June of this year. The stakes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are very high, and this coming year will need concerted action by the international system and a strong and well-coordinated United Nations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me conclude by reassuring the House that the United Kingdom will continue to engage comprehensively with Ethiopia and to lead coordination with international partners in pressing for a political solution to this conflict that brings about an end to the violence. We will also ensure that investigations into atrocities are robust, unbiased, are credible, and are trusted by the people of Tigray themselves, so that those committing abuses do not evade justice. In the meantime, it is our absolute priority to make sure humanitarian support continues to reach those in desperate need.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that have been say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.